everyone, welcome to Ascension. We are on episode 23.
That sounds so pumped when you say that. You're like, episode 20.
Oh no, I'm getting now.
It's okay.
You should be so lucky. Do you want me to drop my camera?
Anger,
Guess what, Mackenzie? You're the GM now. Take over.
Thank God, I did do a lot of prep for today.
I have 2 pages of prep today.
If I drop my camera, will that help?
Just tag.
No, I got it.
Okay. All right.
I just got to move these two.
Zoom makes it so easy now.
Yeah, Zoom makes it too easy now.
There goes the fun.
Sorry, I got really caught up in leveling up my character. But I didn't look at the stuff.
Spoilers.
It's fine.
You're probably fine. Yeah.
I'm going to enlarge
Seamless.
Gatton, and he's going to be
Seamless.
a huge wolf now.
Normally you have to like send away something on the internet for like $24.99 for that.
Strong wolf.
Those things really don't actually work. Scam.
I've never needed them. I wouldn't know.
Oh. He's like, I'm not gonna say anything.
They don't fit. They don't make them in adaptable sizing. Anyway,
Timmy.
right. Announcements and stuff. Hi, welcome.
Work.
So, where were we? Oh yes. Penis enlarges.
Innocent lives.
Rage. I would like to rage and then reckless attack.
Okay, so hi, welcome to Roll For It, where your favorite YouTubers and streamers get together and play tabletop RPGs and also shell penis pumps, apparently. So we have some announcements. We have shilling to do. So, well, other shilling to do. So for our announcements, today's supporter is Mia Zilla. Thank you very much for supporting today's episode to make it possible to pay the majority of the cast cost for today.
And all the amazing fan art.
And also the amazing fan art, it is true. Also, we have a one-shot this Saturday, which is, and I'm going to put on like an epic voice of this.
Thirsty Sword Lesbians. Which Facebook has been trying to shill me for the last month. Seriously, I've just been getting adverts everywhere for this. So, Thirsty Sword Lesbians taking place this weekend on Saturday. There you go.
So the people who guessed Project Parch was Thirsty Sword Lesbians. You are right. We will be joined by Little Red Dot, who will be GMing for us. I'll be on that show as well. And we will have Kira and Miss Magitech, and Random Tuesday will be back joining us. We're super duper excited. We hope that you enjoy it. It'll be November 14th, 10 a.m. PST to 2 p.m. PST. Come join us. It's going to be a lot of fun.
There you go. Enjoy the Thirsty Sword Lesbian shenanigans.
Right, next announcement is the Oracle character sheet, or the NPC for the Oracle, who you may have seen last week, will be coming out at the end of the show. So if you're on Patreon, you can go check that out. And that'll be coming out at the end of the show. In addition, NPC name submissions are currently out. So if you are at the hero tier and above, feel free to submit names to probably get on my murder list or something. I don't know. That's what happens, right?
Can I just say I appreciate that we got to get through 2 good episodes before you release the sheet, just on the off chance I'm like, you know what, turn this boat around. Upon further reflection, screw that egg. I'm going back.
I
You
mean
mean when Dave decides to kill all the NPCs in the world. And it turns out we're actually the bad guys.
There's a non-zero chance that we've been the villains this entire time. This is a long con origin story of the Legion of Doom.
You do have skulls on your sword, Gatton.
I mean, come on. Who among us doesn't have skulls on their sword and souls in the blade?
We are a tech heretic artificer, a vengeance paladin, and a druid barbarian with a vampire sword made by evil sun elves.
Yeah.
And
we're not off to a good start.
and friendly and helpful person with you. Totally.
Yeah. Completely above board.
Yeah,
as far as
not,
we know,
not an
Vanya's
assassin,
not evil.
not a murderer.
Although technically
My sister might be evil, but doesn't matter. Family, surely.
Now I'm
Or is
now
it
I'm
that
not
his
sure
sister's
if you're
actually
here to
the
kill me
good
or what.
person? I had a theory going about, I think I mentioned in last after show about how Vanya's sister tied in.
Oh.
What was it?
It was that I think she was. Initially, it was that she was the survivor, but then she was just working with the survivor. But maybe it's for good reasons, and actually, maybe Vanya's working with the bad guys of the story.
Oh no!
It does involve the good guys being necromancers, though, so it's a bit muddy.
Oh, muddy! Yeah, my RPGs never have muddy.
Good guys being necromancers.
Morality is black and white. And
I've told a number of good guy necromancer stories. They basically approach. It's almost like it's recycling. Like, why risk human lives? We have they can't die, they can't suffer. Like, send them back in there. Yeah.
I do want to play like a Dresden Files character where I am like a morgue person. And I bring people back to life because I'm super awkward and I can't talk to people like human people. So I bring back the dead people to talk to them. And then I solve their murders. Like, that's my ideal situation.
Dresden Files? That is super dangerous because, that's so against the rules of magic. They just
I know, but I want to play that campaign.
So
so if you're interested, if someone's playing it,
I love urban noir. Like, urban supernatural noir is my jam. That sounds cool.
Yeah.
This is the player who was like creating new technology is heresy. I've made a mech.
No.
In fairness, that was her mark, making her have the ability to do that. So it's totally allowed by the gods, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
that mark
the
is
gods
totally
wouldn't have
created
created
by the gods
me
and not anybody else at all.
And given me the abilities if they didn't want me to use them, right?
Exactly.
Right.
Anyway, right. That's it for the announcements. There's some shilling to do, so I will leave you to Bentham to do the shilling while I figure out ways to murder Maggie's family. Also Arenas.
Toss a shilling to your D&D party. But yes, we are mainly funded using Patreon. That is how we do all the things. That's how we do things like pay cast and pay for art and pay for a lot of things. There's a lot of things need paying for. And Patreon is the way to help us do that. There's a whole bunch of different tiers that give you a whole bunch of different rewards, including Unlimited 2, MP3s of all of our shows. After shows we record after every show, we talk about what happens in the show, or in the case of the Sunday show, argue about food for 45 minutes and then talk about the show for 5 minutes at the end when we remember what we're there for. You can also find character sheets, enemy character sheets, as you'll find with the Oracle very soon. And other behind-the-scenes GM notes and secrets and session plans and that kind of thing, like the tower floors, all that sort of stuff. So you can run them yourself in your own campaigns if you so wish. You can also get your NPC names submitted so that you can get random characters in our worlds named after you that may then die or may just go about the business and be okay. You never know how it's going to go. And you can also be in a once monthly game GM'd by a member of the Roll for It cast if you sign up at Legend tier or Deity tier and you're crazy, which are non-streamed games that you just get to be a part of every month that just go on our Discord. You can also sign up in other places in other different ways. Like over on Twitch, there's a few things you can do. You can drop us bits; they will appear in the cup just below EE. You can fill that or empty that as you please. You can also give us some tips, they'll appear on the screen. We'll read them out at the end of the show to thank you for being awesome and supporting the episode. And you can also become a Twitch subscriber, which gives you emotes and badges and immediate access to the VODs, whereas normally you have to wait 24 hours for us to put them up on the YouTube. Speaking of YouTube, you can also become a YouTube member, which gives you emotes and badges over there. It's especially confusing for people if they see that you have a badge in the YouTube comments, because everyone always forgets that YouTube membership is a thing. So you can surprise and amaze people with having a little dice symbol next to you. And being a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, or Patreon supporter give you access to our Discord where you can... Oh, that's gone wrong. He's finally put the background on and it's not happy.
No! Doesn't like me.
It's the Predator.
You are one with the Ascension.
Oh dear.
Melting.
It's because you didn't put your green screen up.
I know, I forgot the green screen. I was going to turn off the green screen option. It was like, hey, we need to download stuff. I'm like, wait, what? Zoom's changed, man. Zoom didn't used to be like this.
Oh dear, but you can hang out on our Discord with us and other fans of the show, and my internet connection is unstable, so I hope you can still hear me, but you can there talk about the show with everyone and us. We'd love to hear from you, and you can also sign up for the behind the scenesy gubbins there. You can join the rear guard for the Sunday show where you can get involved in the war effort, and occasionally we do things for other shows too. And there's other places as well that you can hang out if you don't like Discord. If you just, we've got a Reddit, we've got YouTube comments and Twitch chat, and Twitter and Facebook, and any of those places where you hang out and say hi. We super appreciate it. So please do that. The algorithms also like it and then make more people see us, which is always cool as well. And of course, viewing does that as well. Just viewing on Twitch or YouTube counts towards things, and it all matters. It all appeases the algorithms, and the more the algorithms like us, the more they let the world know we exist, and that's good for us. So we love it when you do that. We appreciate that a lot of people have been appeasing the algorithm overlords, particularly over on YouTube, where comments do.
We've gotten so many comments. I love it. Thank you so much.
Obey the algorithm.
It is super helpful to us. I don't think people realize it, but like.
Yeah, like if you're not in the industry, you don't like it. Really matters. Those likes and comments, like it really does
not
matter.
only just on YouTube, but like Twitter and Facebook, like commenting and like interacting on those places makes a big difference. So.
Which I can tell you super quick, because I know we're doing, business stuff. But here's why it is. All the platforms, they only care about time on the platform. Twitter wants you to stay on Twitter. Facebook wants you to stay on Facebook. YouTube wants you to stay on YouTube. So when you're interacting with content and you're staying there looking at it, the algorithm says, oh, hey, this is something people will stay and look at. Other people look at this thing. So you too will stay and look at it. That's why that works like that.
Yeah, YouTube really likes playlists, because if someone goes from watching one video to watching another video, they go, that first video must have been really good. Because they didn't just walk away. So that kind of thing is good too, if you chuck a playlist on.
That's what you think, but I've never really seen a particularly good response from playlists on YouTube. Like, they're fine, they're helpful as a viewer, but like, for some reason, they don't push them as hard as they used to or should do.
They don't push the playlist, but I feel like if you get people to watch them, then YouTube likes you.
They'll push a video that's in a playlist so that people will stay, especially if you have auto play on, then they'll push you to that so that you keep watching the content.
But like, it used to suggest other videos in the playlist in the sidebar, and these days it tends to give you a shotgun approach, which I think is the idea of like trying to get you onto the more gateway content to more gateway content rather than keeping you in the same flow, which is weird.
YouTube's a big fan of like viral stuff, so it likes to just kind of bounce you between channels and have you watch lots of little short things.
Which
is bad for people like us who make 4-hour videos.
Yeah, it's hard to have a 19-hour playlist.
We have 4-hour videos, but we have very long engagement time. Because people will watch for like 56 minutes straight.
Yeah, they don't seem to run on engagement time as much as they used to. I'm not sure what they do at the moment, but
yeah, it seems weird that they wouldn't though.
Yeah, no, totally get you, totally agree. But like, it's maybe to do with like the frequency of like adding to new videos and stuff, at which they want people to like somehow.
If you want more of this business talk,
anyway,
become a hero tier, and you can watch our monthly recap where all we do is talk about stats and why Facebook sucks.
It's not all we do, but it is a significant portion of what we do.
It's like Facebook is terrible and YouTube is strange and mysterious and ever changing, and nobody understands
in our notes even for the last, I want to say like year, I put in fuck Twitter and fuck YouTube, and Maggie didn't remove them.
It's Twitter and Facebook, and Facebook.
Oh yeah. YouTube hasn't quite got that bad. Yeah. Anyway.
That's it. Yeah, those are all the things. So we love your support there, both financial and just your presence is also super appreciated as well. And bring along new people too, because that bypasses the whole need for algorithms at all. If you just like go, hey, you watch the show, and then they watch it, and then we're good.
We appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right.
Otherwise, we have to pay for people to find our stuff, which is very expensive.
I mean, whew. If I had a nickel for every time EE had to pay for attention, man.
Wow, Dave.
Yep. I love this.
Gatton gets tree fungus.
Ew,
it
tree
was my
fungus.
turn to do psychic damage to you after last week.
Where are you putting your branches, Dave?
Somewhere dirty. That's where his roots have gone. Somewhere dirty.
I'm like, oh no.
Maybe we should have had Dave on Thirsty Sword Lesbians.
I mean, first of all, yes.
If you want to be a guest, I might be able to change the overlay. I'm pretty sure we can afford another cast member on there.
Thanks to your help.
Yeah,
we went full PBS. It made this possible by viewers like you. Thirsty Sword Lesbians coming this weekend.
We'll sate your
Anyway.
thirst.
Anyway, who wants to go? What happened last time?
Oh God, I forgot my notes.
I'll do it.
I'm gonna elect Gatson in revenge.
Popped in. Oh, okay.
Okay. Well, we went to see the
He is
Oracle.
the wisest.
We went to do a murder on the Oracle. Turns out the Oracle arguably
We went to
did
do a
not
murder.
require.
You wanted to murder the Oracle.
Yeah, but you guys came with me. I was doing it for
came with
money.
you under the assumption that if the Oracle was an evil fiend thing, then yes.
Well, it's just if it was the fiend, we didn't even say evil because the Oracle still may well be evil. It's just
That's
fiend
true.
was the criteria. We were offered by Skinface the kingly sum of 320 gold to kill the Oracle with the Reaping Blade. Let Skinface attune to the Reaping Blade, get the information, and then give it back. Now that it's behind us,
320, we should have finished the job. Nobody
You
told me how
understand.
much it was.
I agree. We're gonna turn this raft around. I will say, Geddon had every intention of killing the Oracle, stealing the soul, and then accessing the information himself, and then deciding if he was going to give it to Skinface, because it was a fiend that Geddon never trusted anyway. After a protracted battle where we never quite got a chance to divine sense, and the thing was very much nearly dead.
We did.
found out.
We did get to divine sense, right?
I mean, right before the killing blow, we've been fighting for an hour and a half.
Like,
by
okay,
that
just
point.
before I kill you, just because
Yeah.
you said it, and I'm
3
a
HP.
paladin.
3 HP left.
Oh wow, okay, yep, oh,
Yeah.
right, yep.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Oh my God, we're
Because
awful.
that last
Yeah.
non-lethal blow I landed was pretty chunky. Yeah, and I knew there wasn't much room to lay. And we found out that the creature was not a fiend. It was an unusual type of hag that still had a particularly foul attitude for someone whose death was imminent. But apparently that comes with the hag territory. I found out they were a member of a group that is essentially this world's Harpers. I think they even said Harpers. It's not just like the Harpers, like we're Harpers, which are kind of a covert Jedi Order-ish thing that is generally goodish but manipulative from behind the scenes. And we didn't kill them, even though Geddon had a mad because of that. There was some debate as to whether or not we still owe the Oracle a solid or not. And in the process of leaving, we're beset by brigands that Skinface had sent to teach us a lesson, to maybe kill somebody besides me and to beat me up. And we were beset by, let me see, I wrote her name down. Wait, that's the wrong notes. What was the name of your big barbarian girl that they're your Zuzim?
Susan,
Yeah.
but with a
I know
Z,
it
yeah.
sounded like Susan, which I thought was
Suzanne.
funny.
I think it was a name from the name list, if I recall correctly.
It's Suzanne.
Literally adding that to my notes
It's my
is
Suzanne.
Strong girl. So we were about to have this pitch battle. Geddon offered to reveal who had betrayed Skinface in exchange for letting us go. Did so. In the process of talking to our new Moon Elf friend here, who is completely like legit and above board and not at all like a terrible murder person, we found out while in the process of talking to Vanya, we also got the name of the person who had hired Skinface to kill the Oracle, whose name was Masha. Although honestly, I wrote Masha, but then I heard people saying Marcia. I feel like I wrote what wasn't the name wasn't.
No, Masha. It is Masha.
It's Masha, yeah.
Okay, got it. Cool. I just
Russian theme, I guess, going on.
got it.
with The name.
A moon elf. We've also found out that Vanya has a sister named Masha, who she hasn't seen for some time, which I'm sure is completely unrelated. And there's got to be lots of moon elf Mashas. You know, it's just not going to come back ever at all. So we have that piece of information, especially since they had a falling out and she was disillusioned with the order that you guys serve. But sure, she's like running a bakery somewhere. Just
For sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Running a bakery, making
Had some
goods,
kids, settle
totally innocent things.
Yeah.
Also, I
I'm
like
an
that.
aunt. That's the big ending for my arc is that I have a
plot
family.
twist. Yeah, exactly. You get to settle down.
They're cooking something, that's for sure.
We headed back to our home village where this all once began to check in on the fate of the Cogdeers. And as we were pulling into port, it was clear that the house had been attacked. The roof was missing. It had been burned, but was not currently on fire. That is my recollection of the high points of last week.
I think you did pretty good.
That was a good summary.
Yeah.
Thank you. Spent a lot of time wanting to kill that hag.
Dave just does good summaries. Always gets everything.
You.
Also, people like Suzanne, i.e., Arena's buff criminal girlfriend.
I'm used to having to carry a lot of worlds in my noodle. Yep.
And you came up with that really cunning plan to be like, we'll totally pretend to have a fight.
I was not implying there was a bun in the oven, but there could be.
Into it. I love it. Whoa.
Masha is now pregnant. That's what we're all saying.
Right.
You're going to be an auntie, Vanya.
You're a parent.
Ate Vanya.
Thank you. Just because I happened to be here when the bun was popped in, I suppose.
I mean, how could you not be there when it got... Okay, never mind.
I thought you were talking about your kid. I'm confused.
Yeah. So, right.
What?
I would just say
this plot real quick.
I would just say
now
one
playing Monster Hearts.
I would just say
I'm just
one.
saying, bunnies should
last
stay out of
thing.
the oven. They should stay in nice, like spacious hutches.
Right. I would say one last thing. We are fairly certain that Masha is not the survivor, although we don't know what correlation, if any, exists between the two. Since I have seen the survivor and I was able to see a picture of Masha and the locket, they do not look like the same person, unless, something's happened to her.
Yeah,
along the
unless
way.
she changed her looks.
Yep. Which, who here does that, right?
Surprisingly, yeah.
No, I don't know.
Right.
I don't know anybody.
Considering literally two of us in this group do it all the
Look,
time.
I'm exactly
Like-
what I appear to be.
I saw someone be like, "Is Vanya her own sister?" And I'm like, "That would be quite a twist." If I was like,
I like
"Aha,
that.
True.
I was
nice.
Masha the whole time."
Duh. Yeah.
I don't
the
have a
locket works
sister.
either way, because then you just say, "Oh yeah, this is my sister Vanya." It's
Yeah.
perfect.
Exactly.
That's what it
It's,
is.
it's
You're
called
Masha.
being a criminal mastermind.
And you're pretending to be
you.
your other sister who you murdered.
There we go. I like
Saw
this
that episode of
backstory.
Law and Order. Yep.
Dun, dun, dun.
That legit
Anyway,
was the plot of the episode
Dude.
of Law and Order. Please, yes. Back
My
to
mind
you,
is blown
sir.
right now. I really hope that's the true.
could I just really quickly rewrite something? Some
Let
Discord
me
messages.
really quick
Oh
rewrite.
man, I've been there. When you're like, your idea, what you think is happening is so much better than what's actually happening. You're like,
I'm
yeah,
not gonna
it
lie.
was
As a
Colonel
GM, I have
Mustard, it
done that
was.
before.
Yeah.
Because sometimes
Like,
players
oh.
come up with something. I'm like,
Yeah, you're like, how did you know? Yeah. It's funny. I'm playing Asmodeus in another game as one of the big bads, and one of his character traits is he always acts like he knew what was going to happen, even when he very much doesn't.
Yep.
And I'm like, same Asmodeus, same. Yeah.
hey, that's just me living my life, man.
Yeah.
That's a mood. Sorry, E. Reel us in at any point.
Okay, I'm just gonna keep, just expanding my plot. It's fine. It's now like a 5-year campaign. Anyway.
Sign me up. Like I said, I want to
so
be 80 and
don't-
still
don't-
playing.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
I think that's how you got like rock grubs and tree fungus in the first place. So maybe a little bit cautious about that. As we were saying, you pull into Oleona. The barge pulls up to one of the docks at the little set of docks that you have there. There's probably only about 3 or 4 piers in total. This town being pretty small. But as you look out across the town as you're pulling in, you notice you can see that the central tree around which the Cogdeer's home and shop is built. And as you notice, the top part is somewhat missing. Little bits of blackened tree, and obviously timbers that seem to have been rent asunder. The actual upper floor, the little bit that used to be Arena's home, and her room is now gone, seemingly destroyed. As you look across the town, you can also see it looks somewhat different. There's 1 or 2 buildings that have seemingly been burned and damaged. There's litter. It's everywhere. Some sort of bits of tarpaulin, other places where little flower beds have been trampled that people had out. Some places where fences and like little pickets have been like pushed over or fallen. And there's the odd bit of just litter around from people having had food or bags and stuff they've taken stuff out of and then left. It also seems noticeably quieter, except for the presence of a couple of guards at the pier, which is a very rare occurrence. The only original militarized or police presence used to be a sheriff, and he was mostly part-time for a town of this size. You did find him dead early on in this campaign, and presumably that would be the last sort of military or law presence in the town. However, as you start pulling up to the dock, you see 2 figures in thick cloaks with thick raven feathers, dark black all around the shoulders, and long leather-beaked masks, who are standing there to attention, both holding long spears.
I lean over to whoever's closest to me and I'm like, there usually aren't that many guards around town. Also, I wonder what happened with the sheriff. Like, basically, who took over the sheriff?
OOC, I know we talked about a lot of things in the after show. There was information that our characters do not possess.
Don't know the stuff about my grandma.
Yeah, we are not aware that they use this town as a staging ground for the...
You
Correct.
sent them to deal with the tree, so you might presume that quite easily. It's the only urban center, give or take urban, because it's a relatively small town, but the only place near here that would presumably be a decent staging ground for a military presence. So,
followers of the Raven Queen. I suppose this is good for us.
Should be, yes.
We did send them,
not
though
good
I'm not
for
sure
me.
if they're here because of the tree now or because of the attack.
Okay, buenos dias. No, I'm just kidding. He's like, well, it's not good for me. My house is burned.
Was the I missed, was the damage just to the house or was there any damage to other places?
So the top of Rena's house, the very upper floor, which
My
was
room.
much smaller and kind of like almost like someone had attached a tree house on top. That's completely gone, and the tree actually itself is damaged. You can see that there are a couple of buildings nearby that have been damaged or burned down, and several things like picket fences, etc., being pushed over and sewn in places.
Right, so there was some fire and that did take other places too.
Yeah, like it looks like a battle happened.
Yeah, you can see that the stables and post office, which is the same building, is boarded shut as well.
Is the rest of the house as intact as it can be sans Arena's room?
Yes. There would be one window which is boarded up. As you can see, the glass is broken on the ground floor, if you can see that kind of as you come in. Beyond that, it looks relatively intact, yeah.
Is
And that
Blablin's house fine?
Blablin's house is... probably has one or two of the front, like, big window panes boarded up or covered with a tarpaulin behind that as well. But other than that, fine.
Do we see any familiar faces? Anyone we know?
Make me perception checks. If you're looking around as you're sort of entering into this quiet town, there's
Definitely
noticeably
Apply to
quiet.
me. I don't think this would apply to me.
Definitely
It
looking
wouldn't apply
around.
to you.
Yeah. I probably just know the people who are Raven Queen people.
16.
16
16.
and
16.
Mecca P- 19.
Okay.
Wow.
Pietro know anyone in the village?
He's from the village.
I'm like,
He's from the village.
Who doesn't
Yeah, but,
Pietro
like,
know?
Do you live there that long? Would he have
I
got
think
familiar with-
Pietro's probably just looking around to see like what's around, like what odd things might be coming
he would also be able to recognize people now with his consequences.
Oh
so
yeah, I need
you
to update
all-
that.
Yeah, just go to his sheet and just bump up to 4. So you all, obviously apart from Vanya, see quite easily nearby the Ghost in the Machine, the old inn where like a good chunk of it is made from scavenged metal. And you see it's covered with like cogs and old, what appear to be boards of some sort of weirdly like flexible material. And out front is the proprietor, Mahira, who you remember was the owner of the inn and one of the few people who had a level in the town. She'd actually been into a tower beforehand. She's currently just outside with a broom, just sweeping the front of the shop.
That was the inn owner, right?
Yeah. Halfling, middle-aged, tough, stern, but relatively honest, with kind of like a kind streak. Hair like into a mohawk.
Considering what seems to have happened here, I think it's for the best that there are some followers of the Raven Queen around to help us out. And maybe tell us what happened.
Does it seem like we could get to Mahira and not go through those Raven Queen followers first?
If you want to try and sneak around them, you can. They are at the dock, so as you pull up, but if you wanted to, say, like, jump off the ship before you got to the dock and go in a different way, you could.
As you all know, I can swim fairly well because I cannot drown. Do you wish me to go speak to Mahira first or stay together?
I'm sure we can speak to Mahira after we've spoken to these people. Some different perspectives on the event.
Yes.
And I need to see my family. I don't want to take too long.
I do not see Melusina anywhere.
I got my binoculars.
Then I honestly kind of like move slightly behind Arena so that she can kind of speak to them first. I do not draw the reaping blade, but
you don't want me to speak to them first either. How about the paladin who's like charismatic?
But he's not a believer. He
doesn't think I'm supposed to be good at talking to people. I'm
also
like,
here. Yeah.
Have you met the awkward gnome? You don't want the awkward gnome talking to anyone.
Can I
was about
see
to say
their
the assassin might sell us out.
Yeah, you can easily see them. Like they're very obvious presence on the docks.
Do they have the same symbol as me? Are they in my like section?
You would notice that they have the blackened claw of the Midnight Claw. Not the Midnight Claw, sorry, the Ebon Claw.
Okay, just the normal
So
Ebon
they're
Claw?
the militant order, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll approach them. Why not?
Okay, so as the ship is starting to pull up to the dock, you're very visible on the front of the barge, and they both notice you, and they give a slight, like, nod, as they obviously make out that you've got a very similar symbol around your neck as well.
Arena waves.
How can we help you?
I have brought
Business.
Arena Cogdier. We're here to see the Cogdier family, get updates.
Oh. Very well. The town is yours to enter at your leisure. Be cautious about being out after dark.
Where are the rest of the Cogdiers?
They are in their home, I believe, the last I was aware. Looks at her partner. Bozanov.
Then I like nod down to Arena then.
Arena's like kinda like antsy.
You might want to talk to the mayor at some point if you are interested in the current changes in the town. Also, Warrior Priest Antok is currently running the military situation here. If you wish to talk to him or give him any updates, he would probably be very welcome.
Say Antok? Oh no. In Ashes of Creation, there's an Antok, and it's not good.
We met Antok.
we
met
Antok
Here
before.
Us, right? Yeah.
We met him. So
I know.
Brenna's like, Antok? Ah, good.
Are the
I'm just having
followers
PTSD right now.
are the followers of the Raven Queen currently occupying Oleana?
We are currently using it as a forward operating base to actually launch our investigation into Gawaras and the Gulthiest tree. The Gulthiest tree. They were the ones who actually. Yes, we are currently looking into the old ruins to make our way down and try and purge the evil from where it currently lairs.
Have you been unable to find it so far?
There have been problems as far as I am aware. My mark only has one advancement, so I am merely on sentry duty. We were attacked a few weeks ago, or more precisely, the Cogdiers were attacked, but luckily, staging in the town, several of my brethren were able to intercept the attack. Oh, that loss is quite.
Last I heard, Urzu was still down there, right? Last I knew of?
Yeah.
Then I'll ask, this may not be something you know the answer to, but are there any updates on Urzu Cogdier?
They both kind of like stiffen a little bit and look at each other. Haven't heard anything.
Are they lying?
Yeah, can I tell that they're
Make
lying?
insight checks.
That doesn't
Perrin
feel...
definitely is like,
Arena's definitely paying attention, but I'm also not the wisest.
15.
12.
Perrin, they seem to be telling the truth, but it's hard to discern exactly. They're certainly keyed up and worried. They're trying to keep their like calm, etc. They're a calming presence, obviously, for this.
Yeah, for me, it's like
situation
they're concerned that there's something gone wrong, but they don't want to say anything.
You definitely
they don't know.
you see that like they're probably telling the truth, but there is an underlying level of like anxiety that they have being on guard duty here that they are trying to suppress.
It's like we haven't seen him, and that's too long, kind of thing.
Arena and Vanya, you're pretty sure they're telling the truth, but they are concerned and worried. More so, it's probably something to do with the name Urzu Cogdir, is that they both seem to be interested in now what you're saying. Like, they expect you to tell them more. You can see they're kind of leaning in, like, maybe they did mention they literally only have one level. They probably don't know what's going on very well, and that possibly they're kind of waiting for you to tell them more. You can see they're kind of like leaning forwards on their feet.
I think that Vanya incorrectly assumed this was like a welcoming party and not just people by the docks. So Vanya's
Arena
like,
did too.
cool, bye. I'm not going to tell them more.
You see that kind of like there's a little bit of deflation, like they kind of like sigh a little bit.
They don't have my exact symbol. Like I don't want to bother with them.
I will say, as I sort of scoop Arena up and put her on my shoulder, I turn and I look and I say, you look much stronger than all the followers of the Raven Queen that died alongside us in Vahira Ras. And just start walking in.
Arena will wave goodbye to the other two.
What happened in Vahira?
Bye.
What?
It
What
was
happened
nice
in...
meeting you.
Yeah, I will kind of give them a whatever hand gesture you do. I will do to them. I do the Macarena.
If you're saying this, there's a lot of hearsay going on. Heretical shit going down.
Man, it's also a raven.
Oh, it is.
It's got two heads, though.
Like,
or like a I don't know, a
them,
fist to the heart. I have no clue. Something I do.
Maybe it's the other way around.
I work with them, but
yes. Anyway,
you're supposed to cry in mascara, just like a good goth kid.
yes, exactly. I put on some My Chemical Romance, and that's how I say goodbye.
Yeah, then they understand you're one of their people. That's how you recognize each other. You like pull up. You got the three kobolds all playing instruments.
You. Yes.
So as you begin to enter the town, you sort of walk forwards, and as soon as you kind of walk past the actual dock building itself, and you're headed into town, Mahira will see you. Are you going to try and avoid her? But if not, she will just
I thought we were going to talk to her on the way.
Yeah. Okay. So as soon as you like round the dock building, she looks up, very much like she's also a little bit keyed up. Like there's a very much a sudden twitch of the head. Oh, it's only you. Where have you been?
Oh, it would be a very long story if we told you everything.
Yes, where haven't we
Are
been?
you okay? Is everyone okay?
I mean, that depends what you call okay. You've been gone for a while. It's been like a month? You look,
longer, I think, now.
She looks you up and down. There's definitely something's changed.
I make the cloak a billowing billow.
Wasn't your monk friend wearing that cloak?
Yes, he has returned home to liberate his people.
He offered the cloak as a gift. So, it doesn't really do much other than look cool. But hey, fashion is important.
Yes.
Do you have like your sickle, etc., like readily visible on your person?
It's probably like under my winter jacket cloak. Like I probably kind of how I look now. Everything's probably underneath there, so I look like a little blob.
Yeah,
like I'm kind of chubby looking.
Is it actually cold out here? I know we needed the winter stuff for the
mid-spring now, okay. But you are like in the north, so mid-spring is still a little chilly, but it's getting to that stage where you could almost do without the heavy winter clothing and just wear like a couple of layers.
I just sort of lean close to her and I say, Mahira, how are things here really?
Not great. Obviously, we had a lot of people come in with the tower showing up, and then a lot of people who the town can't exactly cope with. No sheriff either.
You didn't pick a sheriff yet?
There weren't many options.
It's
That's
all
true.
You'd be on the short list.
I don't like that job.
Often that's the best kind of person for the job.
Yes.
Maybe we could put out some words, like a letter to a bard or something to look for somebody who would be interested. And you could hold like little interviews or something like that.
Well, luckily the new mayor's acting as sheriff for the meantime, but initially we didn't really have any way of dealing with some of the people who showed up. You know, people with 3 or 4 advances to a mark showing up looking for a 3 entry to the traveling tower.
The mayor is the sheriff. Who?
You might know him. Sorry, Arena.
Oh no.
Oh no, you didn't give Blablin the mayorship, did you?
You elected him.
Ugh.
He helped them to rebuild.
Has he been less Blablin?
Blablin helped? I'm confused.
He got abilities that allowed him to mend things really quick. He's been doing his best around town to keep people's buildings, you know, get rid of some of the damage.
Has he been mending things for free?
Yeah?
That
Yeah,
doesn't
maybe
seem very
acting-
much like Blablin. He's always
That's
trying
him.
to get something upon someone, and he always gives me the worst deals.
Perhaps he's had a change of heart.
War changes everyone, I suppose.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
then, you know, a lot of people left. The Redens, they left. Pretty sure the entire Farbeck family upped and moved.
They were placed favorably on the list.
And, well, now it's spring. All of our stores are depleted. And, well, with a lot of the young ones gone, after trying to go in the tower and then running off up to Vihiras to be able to follow their dream of being heroes, there's not many people to bring in the harvest. Which means that we're probably going to have some food issues.
I hand her
Yeah.
a good berry.
Takes it, just looks at it. Just take what you can get, I suppose.
At least you won't go hungry today. Excuse us, Mahira. We should go check on the Cogdeers.
Your family are fine. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for them.
It is okay. And I heard. I'm just glad everyone's okay. I will
You're
try
lucky
to...
the geek people were around.
What'd you say?
You're lucky the beak people were around.
Perhaps it is good we send them then.
She nods and then momentarily is like, wait, what?
Bye! We're already walking, I think.
Perrin hangs
Thanks,
back for a second as everyone turns away and says, I'm sorry, we should have been here.
Well, the night the traveling tower disappeared, some people were upset. They missed their chance, or people were celebrating. There were a lot of people. Some people got a little bit carried away. She gestures over towards one of the buildings nearby, which is the stables and the post office, which is mostly boarded up. A few people stole the horses. A few people accidentally set fire to, gestures over towards where the old cobbler shop used to be.
Perrin just looks kind of really deflated. We should have been here. I'm sorry. And then he follows the others.
Okay. Arena. As you are kind of pushing on towards your family's house, you very much notice, now you can see it properly, arrayed around the house are a good 3 followers of the Raven Queen that you can see as part of the church. All of them very obvious. Again, black cloaks with the black feathers on top. One of them wearing the leather-beaked helmet. Another one of them has kind of like a half steel helm with a beak on it. And the other one is just completely like face open helmet, which is just kind of sits on top like a bar boot.
Arena jumps down from Gatton's shoulder and starts running to her front door.
Okay, as soon as you start running, one or two of them like start like pulling out weapons. One of them readies a crossbow, and the other one kind of goes to like intercept you, hands open.
Yeah, stand down.
I make a point. I don't draw the reaping blade, but I do pop the sword out of my arm, like, shing! Like, okay, we're gonna do this. Okay.
Arena like stops as soon as she sees them like trying to halt her, and she's like,
"This is my home."
Yeah, I'll pull out whatever ID I need to pull out, and I'm like, "Stand down. Who do you think you are?"
Who am I?
This is Arena Cogdeer. Let her pass.
Cleric.
And Arena like stands up straight,
Sharks.
like, yeah.
Cleric Sharks, and I need to. Who did you say you are?
Vani Irithel.
I don't recognize the name. I recognize the symbol, but we've had. You say you're Arena Cogdeer?
Arena nods aggressively.
1 second.
Do I know that? So I don't know this person because they don't know me.
No.
Arena's like
you can
looking
see that they have the feather symbol as a talisman instead of the claw.
Arena's like looking around them, trying to like see what she can see in the house and in the windows or whatever.
Yeah. You can see that the windows are mostly like closed curtains, etc. There's no real lines of sight into the building itself.
Okay.
But she gestures back towards the house with one hand. What's the name of your pet, pangolin?
Pietro?
And it noticeably, like a second later, slackens the kind of response, but that only happens for about a second before the door bursts open and out runs a little bit of you say a matronly gnome, hair beginning to gray, just penny still on, runs up and full on tackles Arena. Hands go around her. "Oh, Arena, where have you been? We've been so worried about you."
Arena's like hugs back and like falls on the floor and then is just like,
"I can't breathe."
Oh, sorry. Look, come inside. Your father needs to talk to you. After everything that has happened, we have been so worried.
Arena's excited and follows.
They are my friends. All of them can come too.
Sure. Nice to see you again, Perrin. Gatton, it is good that you are. Have you gotten taller?
I say to her in Gnomish, "I kept her safe. We all did."
She switches to Gnomish and is like, "Thank you." She's looking. Something. There's a glow about you. You seem happy.
I'm sorry if I worried you, Mother. We have so much news. There's so many things I need to tell you.
Okay, coming. You as well, tall elf lady. What is your name?
I hold like a warm hand out and go, "Vanya, nice to meet you."
It's nice to meet you. Any friend of Arena's is welcome inside. He ushers you all in.
As we file in, I
do know my mother's maiden name, for those of you who are asking in chat. So if they did ask me that, I would know that.
Yes, but that would also be something that many people could know, chat.
Yeah, true.
Because a security question.
What is your name? What is your quest? What
name
is
a
this a no
security
shoes
question.
household, or is this a shoes household?
I give a respectful nod to the guards and say, "Keep up the good work."
They kind of nod at you a little bit like, okay, who are these people? But, you know, there's definitely the nod and respect.
Like we were before they allowed us in. They did good.
Yeah. You can all make insight checks as well as you go in.
Ooh, insight. Insight.
Admittedly, someone like the survivor would probably know that we have a pangolin called Pietro, but
5.
still.
I am overwhelmed by everything that's going on. I'm not insight checking anything.
Makes complete sense.
18.
13.
Okay. So Gatton and Vanya, it makes sense for you two to get this. You very much get the gist of these are soldiers who are keyed up, and not keyed up in terms of they know what to expect. They're keyed up for anything. They're being overly cautious, and they are always a little bit on edge, which seems to suggest that multiple things have happened in which they have been taken off guard. This place is definitely vigilant in terms of like a heightened alert. They are worried and concerned, and they're doing their job, but they are still very much like they have been thrown out of what they're used to.
I would say right before I go in, I give them good berries. Because again, you know, getting values competence, you know? I'm like, okay.
all three of them do take the good berry after like a look at the cleric who like talked to you initially, and they kind of nod and they each take one, but none of them eat them. They all seem to put them into a little leather pouch.
Gotta save them for when you need them.
Mm-hmm. Long as it's before midnight. Yeah, and then head on into the house. Yep.
As you get inside, you notice that there are a few things here or there that have changed, but mostly it is the same. It looks very much like there hasn't been as attended to as a shop as you enter. There seems to be less movement of like goods and so on. A lot of the things that you remember being on the display are still there and unmoved. But as you enter, from out the back, 2 very small shapes just run at you. And you're almost like caught off guard to the point where your reflexes kick in.
Am I like walking where the 2 of them are holding one of on each leg?
Well, you're still small enough that they...
Oh, they probably grown too.
They've grown a little bit, but not that much. Not as much as you have.
Okay.
2 tiny shapes run and smack straight into you, one on each side, as both of your younger siblings smack into you and just hug you tight. Oh, you're back. Oh, did you bring Axel? He was awesome. We need to see him again. He could have saved us. He could have protected everyone. No, Axel, no. Antok is much better. Antok is like super powerful. No. They start fighting each other behind your back.
I like pat them both on the head and like give them a good scruffle, and then I'm like,
it is okay, Georgie and Georgie. I come back with good news. Well, kind of. But no, Axel is not with us. He went back home. You remember the place he talked about? Going to help save his people.
Yes, we remember, but he should have come back. He would have said hello. He could have said he was missing us or something, you know?
Perhaps someday he will come back. Or maybe someday when you are stronger, you will go see him.
If he is not almost certainly dead by now, I'm sure he will return eventually.
Mom and Pa wouldn't let us go into the tower after you did, and we were like saying like you let Arena go into the tower, so why should we not? We can go into the tower and fight. And your mom just gives you this suddenly like dead-eyed stare, like.
Right. Well, maybe someday when you grow strong, can go
strong. We've been fighting each other and practicing so much, and you did, and everything went so well. And look at you, you are and one of them, like having put their arm around you, was like, oh, what is this?
Oh,
and
yeah,
like,
they're probably grabbing
in your
things.
cloak
like,
and like,
no, hand me that. You can't
look
have
at
that.
this. Got suddenly magic sickle with icicles growing from it. This cold like mist falling off.
Take it back from him.
Oh no!
Oh, that is so cool.
Give that
You
back
have
to
a
me.
magic
This
weapon.
is not a play toy, Zoji.
But it is magic. You have a magic weapon.
Shh.
It is so cool.
But we have to keep it secret. We cannot tell everybody. Here, you can play
Play with this, and I hand them both 2 regular stones, and I'm like,
these are magical stones, but they only work when it's a full moon.
Make a deception check with advantage.
I'm really bad at deception checks.
You can have advantage.
Can I get
you know
advantage
exactly how
because
to
they're
wind
my
up your brothers.
siblings? No. Okay.
And then roll like a.
What?
Like
How do you want they see
With
through?
advantage. You can roll with advantage.
I was gonna say, like, if like on a really bad roll, maybe you accidentally hand them one of the stones is actually one of the sending stones to a bad guy that we have.
They're like, hello, bad guy.
They're calling the Sun Elves. Hello, Sun Elves.
19.
19.
Oh
They're
my
like,
gosh.
Also, you're at.
Oh,
Go ahead, Dave.
feel free to go ahead. I'm gonna look up when the next full moon is in this world.
Honestly, I was gonna say the wrong thing. I was like, you get to re-roll once anyway, but you're a gnome, not a halfling. So nope, you don't. I was mistaken.
Yeah, I don't get to. And then I say,
When it is a full moon, you hold it really close, tight in your hand, and none of it can show. And you have to make a wish, but you can't tell anyone else what your wish is. And then it might come true.
It's so long until new full moon. We'd have to wait weeks. No, can we just play with the sickle?
But you have to take good care of the rock.
Okay. Well, we will look after the rock. Do we need to do anything to feed it or?
No, you don't eat it. How will you have it for the full moon if you eat it?
No. We feed the rock. You have to feed them to keep the magic going.
Oh, you could make it like a pet rock, sure. Sometimes people put little faces on them and paint them.
We are not like children. You can tell us how they work. You don't even need to pretend that they are like pet rocks. Just how does the magic work? You can tell us, right? You know all about the magic.
Can I tell you otherwise the magic will not work? Now, go. I need to talk to Mom and Dad.
Fine. And they sort of go out to the back, quibbling over the rocks. Yeah, Captain?
I just will say, while they're having this exchange, telepathically, I say to Mother Cogdeer, is this a safe place for us to be able to speak? The home is anyone observing us? Yes, it is I, Lady Cogdeer.
You have some strange new tunnels, Captain.
We all do. Are we safe here?
You're as safe here as anywhere in this town.
Arena's been through a great deal. Please be patient and kind with her.
I know how to deal with my own daughter, Captain.
He doesn't say anything else. He's like, do you?
As Zoji and Joji exit, you notice that they run past your father, who is kind of just leaning on the side. He looks noticeably tired. You see bags under his eyes.
I run and give him a hug, and I heal him when I'm giving him a hug.
He doesn't need healing. He's just tired.
I know.
But okay. He kind of hugs you back. Arena, are you okay?
I'm okay. Are you okay? I saw the house. It was burned.
There was a little fire when, for some reason, people came. They tried to. We don't know.
Well, they broke into the house, and then they went up to my room and burned my room down?
No. They some sort of lightning strike hit your room, and then they broke in immediately after.
Oh. It's even scarier then.
Thank you for your reassurance.
Sorry.
What have you got yourself into, Arena?
I actually really don't know necessarily why somebody would come to here to do that. But I do have some. Come, sit down.
And Arena will scramble over.
Okay. Arena, look, do you want tea or something? You look like you could do with a warm meal. Your clothes are full of traveling muck and...
I have missed your food so much.
I will have to make it just something small. Where do we keep everything? And she starts going through. And notices something small apparently involves the oven. She starts to put coals into.
If there's anything broken, I will be repairing it too.
Apparently, as you look around, nothing broken that could be fixed by mending. Everything that is broken involves missing pieces or destroyed elements.
Okay.
Everything that is just like severed or snapped or like cut seems to be fixed.
All right.
Weblin's been here.
I kind of lean in and have my friend sit down too, and I'm like,
Oh, there is so much I need to tell you, but I'm going to start off first with information on Corbin. I found him. He's alive.
Your mom instantly drops the tray that she was pulling out of one of the cupboards, and
can I
there's a
dexterity try to save it? Save to like grab it?
You're sitting down at the table at the other end. She's like behind in the kitchen. Like you only can just hear this around almost like around a door corner. You can't like react to something you don't know is happening. It's around the corner. But like she immediately puts her head down and is like, you've heard from Corbin? Corbin, what happened? Is he okay? Is he alive? Please tell me Corbin is alive.
Okay, so he's alive, but he's in a place that is far, far away from here. So it is
What does that mean?
It means we are going to have to go again and find him.
Our best guess is that he's currently in Zephyr Lane.
Zephyr Lane? That is so far away. How would he have gotten to Zephyr Lane?
Well, our theory is that he went into the traveling tower. And you know the traveling tower likes to travel, because you know it's a traveling tower. So it appeared in another place. And that is where Corbin is. But he's very lonely.
Oh. Your mum just kind of sits down, almost like collapsing into the chair nearby. You can see this like look of like happiness and confusion and sorrow all mixed together.
He did give us lots of information about the area that he's in, close it is to the water, so it is going to take us a while to find him. Also, there might be big reptile creatures or something that we might have to fight. So we probably
big reptile creatures?
What?
He's what we know right now is that he's alive and well, and has been since that time. So I'm sure he'll be okay long enough that we can go retrieve him.
Okay.
I will find him, Mama. It is okay.
You will just go to Zephyr Lane halfway across the globe?
What other choice do we have?
I can't lose you as well.
You won't. You're going to get us both. It is going to take some time though, and we probably need to figure out how we want to get there, or maybe if we need to bring other people with us, but we'll find a way.
Okay.
In regards to what happened here, I'm not really sure. There was a battle. Battle of Endora. We fought it. We won, I think.
What is Endora?
It is an area...
I kind of look over at Perrin because he knows like all the geographical stuff.
It's a town far north of here. He visited there briefly and helped them out. There's an ancient temple there. Perrin pointedly, not talking about the war against zombies.
You had a battle?
Yes, and I went on a ship.
Hey, were you in the battle?
Well, it was a minor affair. It was, we were all fine.
It was not a minor affair.
I just point up towards the roof and I say, and apparently there was a great battle here, so...
There was a lady who was bringing people back from the dead, Mom.
Bringing people back from the dead?
Mm-hmm.
No, this is not any good. You need to stay here. You're not leaving. You are going to stay, and we will rebuild your room. I'm sure that we can rebuild it.
I stand up and I walk over to her and I put like my arms around her and I hug her and I'm like, and then I like pull her back a little bit with my hands on her shoulder. I'm like,
no, Mama, that is not what's going to happen.
But you need to stay here. I can't lose you as well. And
you won't, but there's people who need our help.
There are people who are looking for us as well, and we would be safer if you were here.
I do not know why they would come here, unless they were trying to get to me. I need to go to my room to see what maybe they were trying to destroy.
The room doesn't exist.
How many lightning bolts you hear?
It was just one loud, like, bang. It woke me and your father up. And then there was a smashing from downstairs, and people apparently tried to, run inside, and it was dark, and we couldn't see, and we even tried to light a lamp, and the lamp wouldn't light, or it did light, but it wasn't giving off any light. It was just dark.
I look to Gat and Perrin and Vanya, and I say,
I think we need to go look in the room and investigate. Maybe if we can find where the initial hit was, we can see what they were trying to target.
Perhaps.
Did they ever get inside the house, Mama?
Yes, they get hold of Soji and Joji, and they were trying to get away with them. And then there was this warrior priest Antok, the half-elf. He said you sent him.
Yes,
he came running.
We sent them, but not to help you guys. To help.
He had run from the edge of town. He brought people with him. And then there was a battle in the street outside. It broke a few windows in Boblin's shop. Not a shame.
I heard that Blabben is now the mayor.
Yes, he is. He was one of the few people with a mark who wanted the job, and he was helping around town, and people voted for him, so...
Well, let's hope that he runs the town better than he ran his shop.
And Arena kind of will start walking up the staircase to try to see in the room what is different. And before she does, she kind of like goes and looks out the back door in the backyard and looks at Zoji and Joji playing and probably like trying to get each other's rock. And
they are not in the backyard. They are in their room. They're not allowed in the backyard.
Oh, okay. I look in the room and I see them playing, and then I will go up to the stairs.
Do we know Urzu was her mother's father, right?
Father's line.
Father's father?
Father's father, because he's a Cogdeer. My mother is a Copperfuse.
I telepathically say to the father, where is Urzu Cogdeer?
We've not seen him. He disappeared around the time you left.
Before all this?
Many weeks, 2 weeks, something like that before.
He's still in the cave.
No word from him at all.
Not that I am aware of. The followers of the Raven Queen, the church, have asked many of the same question. And...
It seems your Cogdeer line is at the center of something significant. If there's something you've been holding back from your daughter, now is the time to reveal it.
Captain, you come into our home. You've looked after our daughter. We appreciate that, but we do not know what is going on. And now our daughter runs away without telling us, goes into a tower and risks her life, and
I left
just want her safe.
Your daughter has become a hero. She will become one of the greatest the world has ever seen, if you help her.
And we have had many of your heroes around here. When you left in the towers, you've seen what state they left the town in.
She knows about your mother. And then I cut off the psychic connection.
So all that was in a brain, right?
Yeah.
Because Vanya wanted to ask, like...
Oh, no. He would have been replying out loud, because it's his house. Yeah, he would have replied out loud.
Oh, okay. So Vanya just heard the other half of that.
Yeah, you'd have heard half a conversation.
But Vanya was going to ask, like, so you have no reason, or you have no idea why you would be targeted for kidnapping.
Possibly it is Urzu, or possibly it is Arena, but your guess is as good as mine.
Did I know?
We're just concerned.
Who made the kidnapping attempt? Did I know who did that? Or what they looked like?
No. You just know the kidnapping attempt happened.
Then I'll say, what did the nappers look like? If you remember.
We don't know. It was dark, and so dark, even a lantern wouldn't cast any light. Warrior Priest Antok might know more. He is the one who approached them outside.
Understood.
Form of magical darkness.
I agree. And only just because this like seed of doubt has been planted in Vanya's brain, she pulls out the locket and she goes, "May I ask you one more question?"
You are one of my daughter's friends. Of course, you can ask more than one question.
Do you recognize this girl? Have you seen her? And I point at Masha.
No, I do not know her. I do not know her either. Although she does look like maybe one of the people that Antok mentioned.
Understood. And she sort of snaps it closed and goes up to join Arena.
Okay. Arena, as you get to the top of the stairs, and then there's like a little ladder up which used to go into your room, you can see that there's a big like tarpaulin, waxed canvas is just over the top of that area, which seems to be there to stop the rain and wind from getting in. As you start to peel it back, you notice that what remains of your room is very minor. There are like the few floorboards and bits of scaffolding beam that were like dug into the tree to provide the actual stability and support. But beyond that, the walls seem to have completely gone and most of the floor is just missing. Everything that used to be in there is just not. The entire building.
The radius of this room?
Not that big. Your room was never huge, especially you being a gnome. Probably, and it was built for you, partly by you. So probably like 10 foot by like 6 foot and probably only a few feet high because gnome. So not big.
Okay. Just thinking how big the spell or how high level the spell would need to be in order to do this much damage for one electric shock.
Provided it hit the base with like the support beams and stuff. Provided the support beams go, like the walls don't have anything to attach to. And you can see there's like obvious scarring on the ghostwood tree next to you where something seems to have hit it and crackled across it. And you can see these kind of split marks where lightning has coursed into it.
Does it look like it's a straight shot or like a singular like locational damage? Or does it look like it's like a long line? What?
Make a nature check.
Nature check. Wouldn't it be Arcana? Because I'm thinking about the magical.
You're looking at, magical is like how it would be made, but the actual effect itself is more like how lightning looks when it hits the tree in different ways. So I'd say this would be more nature on this one.
Interesting. Okay.
I like the way
good at nature. I'm better at Arcana.
Yeah, exactly.
8. Yeah.
Yeah, you recognize that it's probably lightning damage to a tree and the wood around it, but you're not sure like what the sort of impact was.
I mean, theoretically, you have access to an expert.
Yeah, whenever you guys are up, I think I'm there first without you guys though, because you're talking to my mom. Mm-hmm. So like nothing's left in my room. So if they did, it seems like they would probably be trying to kill me, if anything.
Maybe.
If there is anything left in my room, I will take it.
Yeah, you'll find like below where the stairs went, there's a little section with like a few chests that have been kind of like filled up with stuff from your room that was gathered from around the house where it got left and blown away. And you can go through there and you find like little things from your childhood, like the first thing you ever like made and carved, a few of the things that you actually like managed to make work tinkering wise.
Yeah, and I guess that's probably where Vanya comes in, is I'm like opening a chest and there's like a couple things around me. Like little cute trinkets and toys.
Am I the first up?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You fill the hallway. You have to stoop.
I stoop. I'm very tall. Yeah. I'll stoop and I go, did you find anything out?
There's nothing in. I was trying to figure out what kind of ability done this. I can't really tell.
I'm sorry, I can take a look.
She like waits for you to go ahead and look if you'd like to.
Yeah, I'll take a look.
And Arena kind of like starts putting stuff back in the chest and closes it. As to drag the chest out.
Worse at nature, but I could try.
You can certainly try.
12.
Better than me at it.
There we go.
Whatever was initially hit seemed to be part of the actual framework itself, and then coursed into the tree. As you're looking, you can see like parts of the ghostwood tree around where it impacted have been kind of fused into almost this kind of like blue, black, gray, kind of glassy type wood, which is kind of splayed out from the point of impact.
Did the lightning strike happen the same night as the kidnapping? Like, were they like in tandem with each other?
The lightning strike was like literally like 5 seconds before the break-in.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is just less from her nature check and more than Vanya sort of guessing, I guess. It had to have been magical, because if this was planned, this was the distraction for the magic happening with your siblings. There was some sort of magical darkness they were trying to utilize to kidnap them. That's what your parents said.
Or maybe they just didn't want anyone to see.
True, but...
But what would they want with Soji and Joji? They are just little kids.
Maybe to try to lure your parents? And then get all of you at the same time. Well, not you, of course, but...
This does not seem like they wanted to take me. This seems like they wanted to kill me. If I was sleeping right there...
Arena like points to the bed. Well, where the bed was is no longer. There's nothing.
I don't think that I would be here.
At this point, Gatton and Perrin, both also stooping, pretty much filling the corridor behind Vanya. Both of them tall and also wider.
Did I hear them musing about why the kids there was attempted kidnapping of the kids?
I mean, that's the current conversation we're having.
Yeah, sure.
Only then, yeah.
Hearing that, and I guess Gatton hears it too, I kind of make a pointed look at Gatton and like tap on my temple.
Yes. And I do
that out loud, or is
I say mind to mind. I'm like, yes,
okay,
Perrin.
And I reply mentally back, my guess is that they were looking for the keys. We know there are 2 in the older siblings.
Yeah, I don't want to tell Vanya that, though.
Yes.
Perhaps people had instructions to grab the kids, expecting at least one of them to have a key.
The survivor was aware that it existed, and as far as I can tell, we encountered her after they'd already been here, unless there was some second group working in tandem.
And out of character, my grandfather only gave us the keys when we became of like age type of thing, so the little ones won't have one, but people could probably think that.
Oh god, he could have like a bloomin' chest full of things, just like...
Enough keys that you know of.
I don't know at this point. There's 2 of them, at least now we know that.
I definitely think the target was the keys. Because if they wanted anything other than that, they had many opportunities to harm the Cogdeer family. I am concerned about where is Urzu. Perhaps they got to him.
That is what I fear. And that was all in heads.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Vanya, we can't risk talking about the keys.
Although now I will say out loud, we should find your grandfather.
Because last I heard he was going underground, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you all know that?
You've yet to tell us that.
I thought you knew that already. I don't know why.
I think we had an understanding of it. I
could be wrong, but my understanding is you did not tell us that. So I've been operating under the assumption that Gatton does not know.
I think you know the information independently, but you've never communicated that you both know the information.
Oh, okay. Because my notes say that Arena said Urzu went underground, so I assumed that you all knew because.
Yeah,
at least
the assumption Arena is under is that he went down there to help find Melusina. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, then Vanya would say, well, if he hasn't returned from underground, he may still be there. We could go.
Oh, did you guys say this out loud? I thought that was
I would say this out loud. Oh, yeah. You're right.
I think they're talking in their heads.
When I said
right.
we should find Urzu, I did say that out loud. That was for everybody. We should find Urzu.
Then that would have been.
Sorry, I'm like, I don't know what was said in head and how to head.
The key discussion.
Maybe we should be like, this is, if you're doing that, that's in head speaking.
But people on the MP3 might not know.
Yeah, the key discussion.
One that we could steal from Geek Space was you say meep meep before everything you say in your head.
I don't think I could keep a serious
I can just do this, be like, hello, I am in your head right now. Welcome.
Do you like the echo voice? Yeah.
I can't do that though.
I don't have my stuff.
Hello, Bentham. Secrets.
Yeah.
It's me.
Yeah.
That
doesn't work on Zoom.
No.
Vanya's response would have been that then. Like, if he's the key to figuring this out, which I agree with, he might still be trapped underground.
When we went down there, it was...
Did you just say trapped?
If he hasn't come out, that would be my assumption. From what I gather about this person, I assume a trap would be the only thing to keep.
I hope my grandfather is not trapped down there.
I don't intend any offense to Urzu or the Ebon Claw, but it was relatively easy for us to find the tree when we went in there the first time. My guess is it has become a lot more difficult to navigate down there since then, for one reason or another.
Possibly.
You mean when the cave started collapsing around us? That might be why.
Well, yes, but 4 weeks, probably long enough to dig. My concern is that the tree might have grown in strength. Perhaps when we found it, it was only just waking up when we removed the sword. It had just kind of begun to move, and now it is a lot more awake and more powerful.
That is true.
Yes. We should speak to Antok then. Assuming you do not wish to speak to your parents about the truths you've learned about your grandfather or grandmother, Arena.
I think it is probably best that they... I wonder if the Ravenclaw has some kind of, protective services or something.
Just point out the window at the guards? I believe they do, yes.
They do.
I meant, to hide them. I don't think staying in the same house where everyone knows where we are is a good idea.
Witness protection.
Yeah, witness protection. That's what I was looking for. But
parent to say it is possible that they may end up needing to be taken to a safer location, perhaps to Vihira. I know that's not generally safe, but specifically the Ebon Claw bits of Vihira are probably quite safe.
Maybe we talk to Antok and see what he can do.
I believe
I hate to see this village lose another family, but they're in danger here.
Do I see any birds?
Make me a perception check.
And I'm willing to start spreading around seed and I hit the wrong button. Ignore whatever that is. I throw around seeds and things I know the local birds like too.
22. Good that you do that. Because as you're still in that little cubby trying to look around, as you could just see through the skylight above where it used to go into Arena's room that you had difficulty getting into. In fact, as you're trying to get a good angle, you notice sections where the wood has kind of been bowed a little bit from the repeated times over the years you've gone up and down to Arena's room. You notice that in that glass that seems to have formed from the tree where that lightning strike has impacted, something glimmers. And as you look, you see a very faint shape of what appears to be a couple of burnt, broken cogs and a slight small tuft of something black.
I point it out and then I hit a ritual detect magic before I touch it. But I'm like, there's something here. I'll look into it and then,
10 minutes will pass. Does anyone want to do anything in that 10 minutes?
Yeah. Dramatic pause.
I think I'm putting all the toys back in the chest and pulling the chest down out of the
Arena.
room.
You will just get this then. Now that's been brought to your attention and you're going through the chest, you notice that there are a few gears here that you did have a little collection of bits and pieces that were scavenged. Some of these gears those weren't in your bits and pieces box. You don't actually recognize the make and the model of them. You didn't make them. They aren't scavenged. Some of the bits here are very...
I take them and segregate them. And then I put the toys back in the box. It could be a combination
of all different kinds of metals, mostly like brass and there's a couple of like other ones, bronze and iron and steel ones.
Okay. Do they look like they could make something? Like in particular? Now
Not
that I
really.
have them?
They seem to be a very eclectic collection. Only a few of them actually fit together. They seem to be like parts of something else.
Okay. Yeah, Arena's trying to like put them together to see what they go to. Yeah. And then once she figures out only a couple of them go together, she puts the couple that are together like a puzzle. And then the ones that are not, she kind of sets them off to the side, and then she starts looking around the room to find other pieces.
Okay. You'll definitely notice that, as Gaten points it out, those two that are kind of fused into the tree almost seem to match, although blackened.
Oh, I need those. I think they go in this thing, whatever it is.
Is it looking like a bomb went off and they were ejected from the...
Quite possibly. It looks like you've effectively, like, imagine something quite complicated, like a clock, and you've got, like, 3 or 4 gears from inside a quite complicated clock.
Yeah.
Did you say there was also, like, a tuft of black fur or fluff or...
Something like that, yeah. You can just about see it inside the glass. It's hard to tell since it's actually fused into it, but...
Perrin takes a close look at that kind of suspended in this glass. I'm like, this lightning wasn't just striking a spot in the room.
Feel free to make me a nature roll.
All right. Yeah, let's do it.
I appreciate everybody but me is doing nature, and I'm the one doing detect magic.
I'm
like,
we're trying over here.
It tastes magical.
Oh, I get a 5.
It could just be like black fluff, maybe like a spider or something.
Mlerp.
You've seen like insects.
Beb knows exactly what this is, but
are they black? Is it black feathers?
Maybe.
Does it look like my entire cape just got smashed into the
make a nature roll advantage.
The Perrin with his 5 just like, that looks like no idea.
15.
It could well be a piece of feather that has been like slammed into the tree and fused into it. It's hard to tell because it is inside what apparently was fused glass, but it could well be.
I also realized the fact that I'm supposed to be good at that has absolutely no bearing on whether or not I'm actually good at that. So
yeah. You finish your detect magic. Nothing really shines out other than everything like you're wearing or carrying. The tree itself does faintly emanate, which all ghost wood trees do. And the impact point where it's fused, you can tell that glass seems to be kind of resonating with like a latent energy that's kind of beginning to just about trickle out of it.
I relay all that, and then I'm kind of like, I actually cast my feral weapons with my poison claws, and and try and extract it like that, like basically core this part of the tree with my claws.
It's not too hard. The bit around where it fused into glass is almost like an insulation block. Like, while you can use them to build houses, if you just scrape away at them, they do just powder up. And you pull that section out, and you can see that it's kind of an impact and then a splashwork of tendrils from where the lightning's obviously like coursed through the tree. And you pull that out, and you can see now that inside there are definitely those couple of cogs and that tiny little bit of what appears to be now feather. As you can tell, there is like a central like shaft to it.
Give it to Arena. Just kind of put the...
Arena will kind of take it and then try to figure out where the other pieces go, to figure out what it is. Investigation? I don't know.
I would tell you now that based on your tinkering ability, you know that they're not going to be able to make a whole of whatever this is. It's just bits of something, but something that got hit by a lot of energy and thus probably got like shattered into many bits. What it is up for you to debate, but you have bits and pieces.
Okay, so I get no more other clues from having all the pieces that are here.
No, not more than you'd already have.
Okay. I will.
I also just thought about something, but that I think it will make me seem more sus, and I am attempting to not be sus, but I think it because just because I know that Gatton already doesn't trust me at all. When Gatton was like, "Oh, we're all magical," Vanya would have a like distinct lack of magic, like a complete void of no magic. Which I just was like, that'll make me seem more sus.
That does actually. He's all like, this is interesting.
Oh, actually, you know when you use detect magic, you can see that whatever Vanya is wearing is magical.
Really? I thought it was
your armor.
The locket, right?
No, the armor.
Oh, the
your
armor.
magical armor.
Do I detect any like bizarre suppression?
Oh, so is it just the thing? The
thing itself looks not magical.
I thought it was it shields all of me from.
No, it just shields its own proproperties.
Oh, never mind. I was just like, oh, that will be weird.
That's true. Like this bubble here, he's like,
yeah.
Never mind. Then yes, never mind. I have magic. I was just like, oh, because you reminded me about it last episode with the.
Yeah. It shields its own properties, so its own property is invisible. It's like not a hole either, because that'd be super sus.
Yep.
That would be sus. Okay, never mind. I'm not sus.
It's totally like.
I'm completely not sus. Never mind.
Gatton respects a lady in her privacy. You know, I won't pry. You know, it's just you're.
It hides my true age. No.
Can I take the feather too? Because there was a feather you said.
Yeah. If you like break open the glass, you can kind of get to the fused bit of feather if you want.
Okay.
Make me a gemsmithing tools roll.
Ooh. Like jeweler's tools?
That's the one.
Which thing? Int?
I would say this would probably be, for this one, probably Dex, because you're going to have to be very cautious about how you break this open.
All right, here we go. 13.
You get it out, and you have this tuft of feather that is blackened and also singed in places, but where it's singed, you can almost see like a very faint, kind of very faint, like little white glow to it. You may also put that down in your inventory as tuft of preserved feather.
Right.
And as soon as you crack that open, Gatton will be able to be like, that has some sort of magical essence to it.
What type?
The problem is I don't think it would fall under a school of magic. It would probably, if it had to be anything, I'd say conjuration.
Conjuration? Okay. Cool. Does it look like the feathers on that clockwork raven that we saw in town in Verheras?
That would certainly match.
Okay. Marina will grab all the pieces, keep them all together in like a little pouch that she takes out of her chest, and then pops them into the bag of holding. Drags the like toy chest downstairs and brings it into Joji and Zoji's room. And
this is a chest of your stuff. Oh, we had to collect things. We found some outside. We found some gears. We did not know what they were. You had a large gear collection. There were so many gears and so many little rocks and so many things. Oh, by the way, our rocks are still not doing anything.
I told you that you're going to have to wait for the full moon.
But we do not like waiting. Come on, let us come on. Just give us the sickle. Give us the sickle.
That is not how it works, and you cannot have that.
But make ice.
You can have what is inside here.
and she slides it over, and she like opens the chest, and she actually I think like with magical tinkering, I can make it like glow, right? Like have a little like the chest glow.
Magical tinkering has to be a small device.
Oh, okay.
But like you could make like the light bulb in the chest as it opens, just be like. Boop.
I just want it to be like, you know, when you open a chest and it goes, oh, it's like glowing.
You can have the like little light inside as you open it in the dark.
Oh, you know what I can do?
Like,
I can use my illusion spell, minor illusion.
Can't give off light.
What?
Minor illusion cannot give off light.
Light gives off light.
Spell is for.
Oh, it can't give off light?
Nope.
Lame. All right. Well, anyways, it doesn't matter. I give them the chest.
Your minor illusion can, as you open it, go. Ah!
Okay, there we go. That's what it does.
Oh, it is a chest that makes the sound when you open it. I got the card like that once.
It is more for you to have all my things. But you have to treat them nice.
All of your things?
No, just the things in his chest.
Damn it, I was going to make her pinky swear. Yeah, that is... What is that one too? Okay, fine. We will take the chest. Thank you. And then suddenly just start going through everything in the chest really fast.
She just like rubs their heads and then she's like, she says she loves them and she closes the door again.
I am going to be a monk when I am older. And I am going to tower and be the strongest monk. And I am going to go tower and be the strongest Goliath. It's not how that works. Shut up. You can be that way.
I love them. They're precious beans. Okay. If anything happens to them.
It almost did.
And then I go back down the stairs and guess wait till we head out. I'll just spend time with my family.
Yeah. As you go downstairs, however, Captain?
Well, no, continue. Because I was like, I found the gears in doohickeys, but did I spot any birds when I was looking for birds?
You 22. You'd have noticed across the way on a building nearby, probably like on the top of Bablin's shop or something, is a raven just sitting there watching.
We've established before that when I go out in the backyard, I just like stand like a tree and like local birds would come and land on me and I'd give them seeds and things like that.
Yeah, that was what you did.
I want to go do that because I want to activate my beast sense. I just need a bird that I can look through.
Okay.
Doesn't have to be a ray, it could be literally anything. I just need a bird. So I'll go out in the back while she's talking to her family, get my tree on.
Sure. As you go outside, you notice that one of the Church of the Raven Queen people is just standing there, guarding the back door. And as you step outside, they're about to say something, and then they like recognize you and they just nod. As you stand there using your beast sense, first thing you notice as soon as you start doing the spell, start finishing the spell, is that bird is not an eligible target for beast sense.
Duly noted.
Not a beast, but eventually over time, you will spot another bird and be able to cast beast sense on it. But you will note there are less birds here than there used to be.
This can be in the backdrop. My intent is very much aerial view of the town. This like what's really going on here. Like where the Raven Queen people, are there bad guys camped in the woods? Just like some concentric circles of the area.
Okay.
Yeah. And again, I'm basically blind and deaf in this state, so to everybody just looks like I'm just gonna go be a tree for a while and then just stand there.
Okay. Right. While you do that, Arena, Perrin, Vanya, as soon as you come downstairs, you all notice that Warrior Priest Antok, one of the higher people in the Ebon Claw, so in the militaristic order of the Church of the Raven Queen, is sitting at your dining room table with a little cup of tea from your parents. And as soon as you come downstairs, your parents are like, we will give you some space. We will go finish working on the tiny little meal I was making, just a little morsel. It could use some help. I need some help with the entrees. And they just hurry out. Vanya, you would recognize Antok because I will send you a message.
And then I guess as Arena comes down, she's like,
"Oh, you're already here. We were going to come see you, but I wanted to visit my family first."
He nods. I got that, but I think we needed to talk a little bit faster. If you want more time with your parents, I can give you time.
Don't know.
It's good to see you're all doing alive and well.
I don't know if I will have time for them. There seems to be a lot going on in the world, but I do need to make sure that they are safe. Do you have some kind of like protection service? I mean, obviously you're protecting them here and I appreciate that, but maybe they need to go somewhere.
Maybe. Could do. In fact, your parents have already been talking about that. You want to talk to them about it? But they mentioned moving to a city or something.
That is probably best. We have lived here for a very long time. Many hundreds of years. But maybe it is time for a new adventure.
But she like pulls up a chair and plops up and sits next to it, across from him.
What is it that you need to talk about first?
Perrin sits down too. He's looking a bit deflated again.
So, firstly, where is your goblin friend?
We are not sure where he is, actually.
They.
So.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but you've got good company, Vanya. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you as well.
But if you hear of him or them, let us know. We are trying to find them.
I'll keep that in mind. Interesting that you would get someone as experienced as Vanya to aid you.
He's been assigned to protect me.
How's she now?
Vanya just nods. I have, yes. And bring Arena back to her home.
Wait, does that mean you're not going to protect me anymore?
I can protect you as long as you'd like.
Arena smiles again and looks back at Antok.
Cool. You sent us here on the basis of a tree problem, and while that certainly seems to be the case, I was lucky we were here. Your family would have got best kidnapped, at worst killed.
Thank you so much. I do not know how to repay you, but if there is something that I can do for you, I owe you.
There's a momentary pause, and then it's probably not safe. We could appreciate all the help we'd get right now, but people who are only, 2 or 3 levels up probably aren't safe to go down into the catacombs.
2 or 3?
How about
level
5?
7.
Arena like exaggerates.
What is it? Wait, what does Arena say?
7.
No.
We both say 7 and 5 at the same time.
Vanya's like, wow, you're better than me.
She's counting the 2 being at the top of the tower.
No, I don't think that's how that works.
It's not. I have a thing. I have to lie. I have to exaggerate the truth.
I have it too, but I
have
didn't even
a
think of that.
madness.
5 was already showing off enough.
It's not enough for Arena.
Sorry, how many... You've been in the tower 5 times, but how many times have you actually got to the marking room and out?
5. We've made a lot of progress.
What? 5, 7, 5?
Alright, fine, it was 5.
You do know that's kind of dangerous. How did you get in 5 times?
Arena gets up and like looks for a drink in the cupboard and finds like one thing of plum wine, debates drinking it, grabs a glass and just takes her bag of holding and starts pouring it into the cup.
It's the bag of holding almost like a flask, and just you squeeze it a little bit and just. No, you have to put your hand into the opening to summon the object. So I guess you put like your finger in and then just like it starts flowing out.
Can I put like the cup in and then like?
No, because the cup would get stored. You have to have the cup outside, and you have to put your finger in to be like, I would like ale, and the ale starts flowing.
Yeah, it's a hot mess.
It's awkward.
And then she just chugs a bunch while Perrin tells him what actual level we are.
It's been a busy time recently. We've made we made a lot of progress, and perhaps a little bit quicker than we'd like at times, but
you should be cautious. If you're going up the towers that fast, increasing your mark that quickly can cause side effects. You should be.
She's drinking.
What kind of side effects?
Anything from insomnia, headaches,
Nope.
paranoia,
I look over at
hallucinations,
Pietro.
malnourishment, lack of
Pats her belly.
coordination,
Nope.
bad dreams, nightmares.
She
Well,
pauses.
we're taking a break now, so we should.
Okay, make sure you
Fine
take a
to
break for a
adjust,
while. It can go away, but if you do it too fast, it can cause damage.
These nightmares.
No one thought to tell us that when we were paying to enter the towers.
Well, not a lot of people enter a tower, 5 times in a month? They tend to
These
be spaced out
nightmares.
and expensive.
What kind of nightmares?
It's been busy.
Normally, I guess, stuff about blackness and confinement and something like that.
Do people know why?
Something to do with expanding your mark that quickly can cause extra stress on your soul.
Oh.
Well,
Nope, I have
we've
no
not had
problems
anything
like
like that, so
No dreams.
So yeah. Anyway, being having been in the tower a few times, we may be of help against the tree. We weren't able to quite contend with it last time, but I think we were close.
Yeah, all of the above.
Yeah.
For
I don't even know if I needed
listening
insight
to
for
the-
that.
For those listening to the MP3, that was an insight of 19 from Vanya.
Margaret was doing a face. I was like, oh yeah, they're getting all these.
On the basis that you have been in so many times, I could do with some extra help, if you want. We feel we're about to actually make progress and break through, and quite honestly, I could do with... I don't know why I switched to Russian.
It's probably me.
I could do with... Yeah, it's probably
Sorry.
you. Look, I could do with some extra people. It's a catacombs down there, a warren. It's a mess of tunnels. And while we feel we're getting close there, I don't have enough people to really cover it all.
There's now a couple different people down there we would like to see again, so if we can help, we will.
Okay. Well, we're planning to go either later tonight or tomorrow morning, depending on how quickly the excavators are working. Your help would be very much appreciated. And obviously we've got a few people who won't be going downstairs, but they can give you some basic protections before you go down, as our standard operating procedure.
I guess we get to see what it's really like to do your profession, won't we, parent?
It's a little bit more dangerous, that particular cave, than the ones that I would usually explore from my work. Usually, back when I was, when I'd never been in a tower, I would go into a cave, and if there was any sign of any danger whatsoever, I would run out of there as fast as possible or risk death.
That is not what you told me.
But, I mean, there were risky times. Self-preservation is important.
I mean, you're not wrong. You can't really fight another day if you had a... But it might not be quite that simple. We still think Ursu's down there.
What do you mean, think?
Well, he's not on the other side that we know of.
Other side?
He's not passed on that we know of.
Oh, that other side. I thought, okay.
Well, that is good, I suppose.
As Arena takes another hold, just starts chugging.
So, yep, no good to hear.
Do you know why your family might have been targeted?
I have ideas, but what is your theory?
To get to Ursu in some way. That's my current Very.
Why would they want to get to my grandfather?
Looks briefly at Vanya.
Arena walks back over to the table this time, like, kind of puts the mug on the table a little louder.
Look, I know that there is something going on. My grandfather has not told me everything. Now, if I'm going to go into danger, and my family is in danger, I think it is time you tell me what really is happening. And if you want it to be private, that is okay, but I trust these.
Ugh, she's so bad. She trusts everybody. She's terrible. She's too naive.
When they look at Vanya, Vanya does sort of like a little bit of a shoulder move and a head shake of like, I haven't gotten anything out of her.
Arena did not pick up on anything with him looking over at you because she's oblivious.
Yeah, but Vanya's just going to try to like very subtly be like, just let him know like, I haven't been able to get anything out of her.
Can I make an insight? Because I feel like Perrin is paying attention to what these two
Perrin is the insight charismatic person.
And Perrin's been around when I've asked Arena a bunch, and Arena's been like, I do not know.
14.
I am very cute.
A little bit. There's certainly subtext going on.
Okay, yeah, it's like there's some they're making looks at each other. Perrin's like, a lot of the places we've been, people have heard of Urzu, which is not what I was expecting when I lived in this village and didn't do much traveling.
There are certain things I can't talk about. My order prevents it. But I'm not as well versed in some of the things as
if you're
your
not
friend
able
here.
to talk about it, who would be able to?
I possibly couldn't help you on that, but I'm going to step out and help your parents with the cooking very briefly, and I will leave you to talk as a group. Very noticeably drains the cup, looks at Vanya, looks at you lot, and then steps outside.
I look over at Vanya.
I'm Mackenzie. I'm confused now.
I cast exposition with a 3rd level spell slot.
Please.
Does Antok actually walk away, or does he like leave anything behind?
No, he very specifically looks at Vanya and says, I can't talk about anything. My order prevents it.
Oh.
But there are people who can, and then drains the tea, puts the cup down, and then just walks out.
I need to know what he wants me to say.
I turn to look at Vanya then.
What
Technically,
is he
he's not your
about?
superior.
What is he talking about?
I'm Mackenzie. I'm confused as to what he.
I'm guessing it's about my
means.
grandma and like the battle.
Because I have told you those things.
No.
You mentioned a lot of it in the after show,
In the after
but
show,
not in the
we
show.
know.
No, I
In
told
character,
her
my character does not know.
on the boat. I told Arena about her grandmother.
I do believe that was in the after show.
In the after show,
We
you
had a
only
whole
hinted at
RP.
stuff on the boat.
We had an
You hinted at
RP
stuff on the boat.
about
You didn't
my
actually
grandfather
reveal things. You
and
came
this-
close.
Stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
And
You
then I
didn't actually
mentioned that
reveal
my
when
grandmother
things
was
are said
dead,
and what-
and then you were like,
I was like,
"Oh,
yeah, that's the vibe.
that
Yeah.
I bet she was a lovely woman." That's what you said
Yeah.
to me.
You
right,
came really
right,
close,
right,
and you were
right.
like,
I was
I'm
like,
not
what?
going to. And then the after show, you're like, I was so close to telling you this.
Okay. I was like, what's going on?
Yeah, you told in the
Um,
after show, but not on camera.
Okay.
Watch the after show at patreon.com/rollfor it.
Yes.
Or even the cast get confused. No, just kidding.
Truly, I'm like, I have all this exposition in my little brain.
We did talk about my grandfather. We talked about there was a battle. You said he was.
I
that
don't
they
have
were
the note
probably-
you sent me, EE. I think it was on Zoom. Oh no.
Yeah, no, it was all on Discord because I always put it on Discord so that there's a permanent log.
Well,
Oh,
while,
I see.
Yeah, we don't use the
Well,
Zoom
yep.
chat.
While they're figuring out who knows what, would you like to?
Truly.
I'll shamelessly stall by telling me what I see when I'm flying around.
Dave's like, tell me what the bird people think.
So as the bird is flying around, you don't really have control. You can just see through its senses and so on. You notice that there's a lot of just litter and half-finished projects. There's, a barn that was being raised outside the town, which has kind of been left half done. One wall up and the rest of it kind of just left open. You see that creatures have kind of just taken over and dominated some of this area. Fields have not been tended, though it's now kind of the height of spring and things should have been already furrowed and plowed and seeded. There are a couple of fields that just haven't been attended to and have begun to become like overgrown by weeds and so on in places. The actual town itself, you can probably see a good dozen or so members of the church just protecting it. Very much visible. And you maybe spot one or two who are less visible. Outside of town, there is a small encampment, probably consisting of somewhere in the region of like 10 tents, which seems to be where the actual followers of the Raven Queen are encamped, and they seem to be operating out of there. Further afield, you get vague hints that there is some sort of excavation project ongoing, but your bird never gets quite close enough to really investigate that in depth. Overall, it looks like a town that's definitely kind of gone to seed.
Having been to where the tree was and know where that opened, does it look that's the excavation?
No, I've been down closer. There.
So
looks a lot closer.
Oh, it looks closer. Okay.
You make an int check, just a flat int.
Okay, here we go, y'all. I might successfully disbelieve that archaeology is a thing, despite knowing Perrin. I'm like, digging in holes and stuff doesn't make any sense. Oh, I hit save. Sorry. I guess
you've got no bonus to save anyway, so.
Oh yeah, 19. I guess it's the same number. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. You would recall that where it looks like they are digging, or they've set up a lot of like scaffolding and stuff around and opening into the ground, was probably where one of the more trafficked and then forgotten about areas for getting older material out from the ruins of Gawaras was. It used to be used a lot to get out some of the old salvage material, big lumps of like scrap steel, etc. Good quality material that couldn't really be made very easily these days. And that used to be a much larger opening that they would cart stuff up from. When you, the last 8 years, I guess, have been here, it was never really used. It had been considered to be run out and nobody used it anymore. But it was one of the bigger entrances into the mines, and you maybe had to go into the entrance once or twice to get Zoji and Joji to come out and stop playing in the mine. That's probably your experience of it, but it is certainly one of the bigger, more accessible opening ways into the ruins of Gawaras.
Well, let me ask you this then. Is it like they're just taking another entrance, or like, here's the example that's coming to in my mind. When the Great Pyramid of Giza was accessed, Al Mammon blew a hole in the side of it because he couldn't find the door. Then later it's like, no, there's the door. Like, is this like we found like a collapsed hole and kind of janked our way in, versus that's how you're supposed to enter?
So originally, old Gawaras was a city that was here, and then a steel behemoth came along and basically bulldozed over most of the city, which resulted in a whole load of like subterranean ruins being left, and then a whole load of soil on top. So there's this huge crawl space just underneath this area that has a load of ruins and older stuff amongst it. And you can kind of access it from anywhere where there is a more readily available access point. You probably found an older access point that had just showed up by some fortuitous digging by Perrin. But that's not the only way in. There are probably many ways in, and this is certainly one of the ones that people have used over the years. The question is about, once you're down there, whether you can find the way to the same area.
Okay.
But Yep.
No. I just continue my birdie patrol for a little while, and till I think I've kind of gotten a sense of things, and then I come back.
Yeah. But with that, as Antok leaves the kitchen, allowing Vanya to talk more freely, we're going to go to a break, and we'll be back in about 8 minutes.
All right. We'll be back after this short message. everyone. Welcome back from our break. We're here. There's secrets.
There's secrets.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think...
Take it away.
Yeah, we're stepping back in, yeah. I think that, like, getting that loaded look, Vanya's a little like, okay, I guess this is
Arena slides you a drink.
Yeah, Vanya takes it. And I think she just, like, contrary to popular sus belief, Vanya wants to help and wants things on the table. And I think that she has to just trust Perrin in this moment.
Oh yeah, Gatten's not with us. It's just me, you, and Perrin.
Outside. Because Perrin, I think that she sees that Arena really loves Perrin, so she's like, okay, fine. And Vanya, Vanya takes the drink and she goes, I have been upfront with you in a lot of ways. There are certain things I'm usually not allowed to talk about, but I suppose I can speak more than Nantok. I am not a part of the Ebon Claw, as I would have led you to believe. I am a part of something called the Sable Eye.
Do you lie to us?
What do we know about the Sabled Eye?
No idea.
It's a Pokemon from Gen 3.
Exactly. It wasn't an intentional lie. I am a part of the Church of the Raven Queen, devoutly so. But even the Church of the Raven Queen has its secrets. My group, we sort of watch, observe, learn, hide in the shadows, keep an eye on things, and keep an eye on our foes in order to keep the Church informed of the movements of others.
Are you a part of the Ebon Claw or just a separate organization?
It's a separate sect. There are 3 as opposed to 2. Very few people know this. We masquerade as the others, and she sort of pulls her Ebon Claw symbol out and like turns it a little bit, and there's a little bit of sort of like a pearlescent kind of just dot on it, and she goes, you won't find these on the others. This denotes us ever so slightly.
Okay.
So then who really sent you?
The Church did, but this wasn't a simple escort mission, though I have enjoyed escorting you. I need to find out why your family would be targeted so that we can protect you in the way you need to be protected. And I do believe it is because your grandfather was a part of a core group of adventurers who, with the Raven Queen, overthrew Nerul. Your grandfather and your grandmother were a part of that group.
You didn't tell me my grandmother was part of it.
She died, I believe, during this. I was told she was a powerful artificer and still could not leave with her life. It felt like something I shouldn't casually tell you, but I assume you need to know now. And I worry that because your grandparents were a part of this, that is why your family is being targeted now. This group of adventurers, after the overthrow, disbanded, became recluses, and that was what the Church wanted. But now, are they being hunted? That I don't know, but that is our fear. I'm sorry, Irina. I promise I never meant to lie. Just to protect you. Your body and your feelings.
Sometimes ignorance is a shield.
But it seems like there's no use in you not knowing, all of you. And she nods to Perrin. I think your grandfather might be the key to figuring out what's going on. And that is my true job.
I imagine there's a lot of people who would want to get to Urzu if they knew that he had taken part in the destruction, or at least overthrowing, of a god.
I agree. Do I know if the others in this group, are, other than Rayla, are dead or alive? Is Urzu the last living of this group? Or would I not know that?
You know that one of them, in addition to Urzu, survived. You don't know if they're still alive, because they were a recluse, and they very much were even more reclusive than Urzu. Urzu's the only one who had a big, sprawling family he left behind.
Okay. Then yeah, I guess more out of character if he's the last one. If he's the loose end or something.
Mm-hmm. He is the most visible of the two loose ends. The other one dropped off the radar much quicker and completely left, as opposed to Urzu, who just moved, a few days down the river and then led a life out of town, popped in occasionally to see the family. Like, he was very much more around than anyone else.
Arena, while you two were talking, was shrugging her drink, and then she puts it down slowly and says,
"Said my grandmother died. What happened to her?"
Do I know specifics, or do I just know she died?
No, you do not know any specifics.
'Cause, yeah, I don't know specifically. I just know she did not survive the battle with Nurul's army.
Were there any other survivors other than my grandfather?
One, but we know nothing about them.
No name?
No. Not as far as I know. Though I am higher up than Antok, I am not the highest on the food chain, even in my own organization. I'm sorry, but they did a good job at hiding themselves, whoever they are, but if we find them, they could very well be a target as well. It seems your grandfather is just the easier find.
Well, let's hope that we find them before someone else.
We will. And Vanya reaches a hand out. We'll find him.
We need to find my grandfather.
The question I find myself asking myself is, whoever's looking for Urzu, do they look for revenge, or do they want to ask him how he did it?
I worry both.
Whatever gets them what they need.
I have a worry that I am actively pushing away about my sister, if she is involved in all of this. A person I haven't thought of ever seeing again. If she's not the only one who has anger at the church, who's to say there's not a group of people trying to reverse what was done so many years ago?
You mean
so
bringing
Perrin
back Nurul?
Might be both. That is not the view that I know of my people. That is just my personal fear. As of the last day or so, thinking about Masha being involved.
Something worth fearing?
Wait.
If anyone's angry enough at a god, they can do anything.
So, do you know anything else of this group? What they did to dethrone Nurul?
Would I've known what they even were able to do, or is it just this sort of
hell no. Everyone who got involved in that apparently is either dead or left society behind. The most obvious one of whom is Urzu. And even then, he lived out of a small town.
Of what happened. Out of character.
As far as
the village has stood this long, honestly.
Yeah, I mean,
as you know, they killed Nerul outright.
I mean, yeah, Vanya shakes her head and she's like, I have no idea.
I'm starting.
Your grandfather might be the only one who does.
Starting to get ideas. Perhaps I should show that my grandfather.
He's got a lot of explaining to do.
If you help me and I help you make it to your grandfather, and I am able to find out why he thinks he is being targeted, why your family is being targeted, that would help me greatly, and I will help your family. I will do what needs to be done to ensure their safety in return.
I look at Perrin and
To go find my grandfather.
Yes, we do. I have many questions, and I think he may be the only person in Illyria who can answer them.
Is Gatton becoming a tree in the backyard?
Oh, he does this.
I look.
So, he used to always go out in the backyard.
I just imagine Gatton like T-posing in the backyard.
Yeah.
And he likes
Although you tell me when I come back.
He likes to feed all the
You can walk in
birds
right now because
and
it's
the
so useful.
squirrels. Oh, and sometimes he gets weird little lizards that come out from under the rock.
I'm a big fan of the lizards. Yes. Also,
They do push-ups.
Perrin, they're performing excavations. They apparently have found another way to access the mines, and I tell him everything I saw.
All right. That's good. Multiple entries and exits, potentially.
Did Antok say anything of note?
No, but Vanya did.
For the sake of exposition, I assumed you recount to me what was just said?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
A single survivor. We've also met a single survivor who also knew quite a bit about the Cogdeer family.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Interesting that this person...
Sorry, go ahead.
No. Sorry, I was thinking out loud, but now I'm thinking some things in my own brain.
Oh yeah, I have thoughts on my own brain.
Be...
But Arena would not know those things.
This might... yeah.
It would perhaps make sense in terms of the name, but then in terms of why would a necromancer have fought to destroy Nerul?
She may not have been a necromancer at the time, and she seemed intent, no gods. So she said, at least. Perhaps she fought believing things would be better, believing things would be different. We've been to Vahira. They are not.
They were working together to try and destroy Nerul, but then they had different ideas about what would happen afterwards, perhaps. Or different expectations.
They would not be the first companions who fought well in war and became adversaries in times of peace.
Well, we have a lot to think about. But
perhaps there are two people in Illyria that can answer the questions I have, but one of them doesn't want to.
Though, are you of age that your sister Masha could have possibly known any of them at that time? Or would she have to have met them long after?
Long after. I'm older, and I'm only in my early 100s.
I love babies.
Aaron suddenly feels a lot more like a kid amongst ancient beings.
You're like 150 and Mash
I'm
is like
98.
130 or 100.
Yeah, I've imagined her as being a little bit younger than me, yeah.
Yeah, it's like Perrin looks around like, I'm only 35. I'm surrounded by old people.
Yeah. Still not sure how that particular piece fits, but I'm sure it will be revealed in time.
Gat and Perrin make int checks.
Oh. $11.
Okay, again. And Arena, actually. Arena was there for that.
Yep, natural one from Gatton.
I've successfully disbelieved. I'm still somewhere in the
19,
trees, man.
which is the amount of intelligence I have.
I think Gatton just crashed and rebooted.
Yeah, as they're talking about this, you do recall that the survivor did say at one point, I used to serve Nerul, but even they were wrong, etc., blah, 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 and I hate them, and I was wrong to serve them. Now I've found a new way or something.
Oh.
So they did initially say they had served Nerul.
Oh, yeah, not only Gotten forgot that, Dave did too. So, yeah.
Makes sense that Irina remembers that. I think it might be Irina that had that conversation with her initially.
Oh yeah, when I was alone with her, oh god, that was so nerve-wracking. I thought I was gonna get stepped on like a tiny little bug.
Good job you did.
I was like, oh my god, and then I vomited.
That was clutch.
I think Irina kind of like thinks more while she's drinking, and you all are discussing, and she's like,
I don't know if the survivor is one of the people that was helping my grandfather. I think they were probably other side of the fight. They said something to me about he used to follow no rule. But now she says she does not want a god. But I think she wants to be a...
Yes, she wants to be whatever will take the place of those gods. It makes sense. If she had fought on the losing side, she still would know the name Cogdeer.
It is true.
Did Vanya say that? Or I don't. Do we know that the Raven Queen had mortal origins?
yeah, I did. I mentioned that there's myth and story of said things, but Irina doesn't know for sure that that's the truth.
Vanya doesn't know it for certain, but Vanya is pretty sure from what she's heard and what she's intimated that would be the case.
Yeah, and I'm in the church. I assume we learn about her.
We learn about the truthful stuff, and then there's some stuff that's like
she used to be mortal is more of a guarded secret. So, but it's still something that's somewhat rumored in places. It's one of the more like commonly leaked secrets. But
okay, so maybe Perrin wouldn't know this, but like
you would because you were there when Irina said it. But it was recent.
Did you say it?
Last episode.
Okay. Right. If I'm understanding correctly, the Raven Queen was once just a person.
Well, there are rumors that she was, but it is not maybe the truth.
Possibly. Yes.
Well, it's starting to sound like that might be the case. And then I think Perrin like gets up and starts pacing and is like, so that means however many people were involved in destroying Nerul, either their intention was simply to destroy Nerul, or it was to destroy him and specifically replace him with one of themselves, turned into
making me dizzy
god.
with all this walking back and forth.
Irina says, and she chugs more.
And it's like, I need to think. I'm thinking. It's a thinking walk. And he's pacing up and down. It's like, so perhaps the survivor's intention was to become the replacement god, but someone else took that. Or the idea was that one by one, they would each become gods, destroying a god as they went. This plan may have gone further than simply Nerul. Or perhaps it was the survivor's idea that it would go further.
Is there... Oh, please, go ahead.
I know this is going to sound like weird, but was the group that Ezra and Rayla were a part of, was it like a group of 6, like the Avengers, or was it just like a group of people? Like, or were they like specific people that there was like an amount of them that were, does that make sense?
Do you mean like, were they an adventuring party type situation?
Yes. Or was it just like a mob of 20 people who happened to be?
It certainly seemed like it was a from what you understand, a core resistance group that formed and then worked as like a core group of a bigger than organization where they recruited people to help them overthrow, but they were definitely a central group. And from what you understand of the number, it also makes sense that they might have been a tower group, because it sounds like there were 4 or 5 of them.
Perrin carries on pacing, and he's just like, so perhaps they would. The idea was they could have been trying to kill all gods. They could have been trying to replace all gods. Perhaps you can only replace a god and not outright kill one without doing so.
From what we do know, and I apologize for my sniffle here, I keep trying to mute every time. What we do know of the fall of Nerul, was there any indication that they had help on the inside? That like people on Nerul's side fought to help them also, or help overthrow him? Like, was there a rebellion to the Empire inside of Nerul?
So that's highly unlikely based on the fact that like a lot of Nerul's followers, in terms of like upper middle class type people and people in any sort of important security type profession, would all be undead and thus beholden to Nerul, also in kind of almost like a directly into their minds kind of way in certain ways. And then the Raven Queen, probably, depending on when this took place, was it before her ascension or after her ascension, was destroy all undead. That should not exist. So it's unlikely.
Oh, I've got theories and I've got ideas. Well, I got a grandfather who needs to tell me some stuff.
Yes, we need to find our Zukag, dear. Perhaps he can provide us with more clarity.
I agree.
I definitely think that's the case. He seems to know at least part of how you destroy a god for a start.
Rena doesn't say anything because she has a lot of thoughts. She just starts chugging, but anybody who has a good enough insight check can think that Arena probably knows some stuff.
Whether he fought with or against the survivor's going to want to know what he knows.
Yes. And then this time I do say, just telepathically to Perrin again, and we still don't know how the survivor knew about the key.
You get like just a stream of like thoughts back, like, yeah, how did the keys fit into it? Was that part of the defying of the gods? Was that used in the towers to help fight Nerul? Did they have to fight Nerul in that room? Was it to do with the crystal? Did they replace the crystal? What if it's a different crystal? And you're just getting all this back from Perrin's head.
I love especially the fact that Gatton has forgotten every time he's been in that room. Like, he's aware there's a room and a crystal, but he's like,
we just see Gatton's face.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Arena's actually thinking about all the things that are probably actually true.
Vanya asks, when was the last time you saw this survivor you keep referring to?
About 2 weeks ago, right? 2.5 weeks now? Three weeks? Because we were on a boat.
I'd say like at least 3 by now, because...
Do you know where they
didn't take a boat back, you teleported right back.
No, but we took a boat
right back
to my house.
Yeah, in that case, like
that boat up
1 or
to here
maybe
took
2
like
weeks.
2 days.
And then we went to a tower for 2 days.
You went to a tower for 2 days. You had a day break. You took a tower.
So it's about 3 weeks.
No, it was about a week.
Oh yeah, because we saw her the last day.
You had a day break. You went
That's
into
true.
the towers.
We saw her the last day, so it would be a week.
2 days back here, and I think you had another day or so. So it's about a week since you were in there, and it was about 3 days after the fight that you managed to teleport or something, just before the fight. So yeah, about a week, 3 days, about 10 days. You've been busy.
Well, Vanya just says, do we have any reason to believe that this survivor would be also coming for your grandfather right now?
Yes, they knew about this attack. That is how we knew about this attack. They spoke very cryptically to Arena about the fact that something might have happened to her family. They also knew about certain Cogdeer family secrets that should have been beyond their reach.
That puts a little bit of a fire under me to find Ezra right now. Before the survivor does. Or the fact that Ezra's not come back makes me wonder if they already have found him.
I give her the whole lore dump about somebody set fire to the tower. Like, we think the survivor at least had people in Vahiras. Like the...
It set fire to the records office, which had the records for the last month of entries.
Yes. Although, did we, outside of, I guess the whole point behind that is it covers up not just the fact that we'd been in, but whoever else might have been in, correct? Is kind of the, I mean, was there anything more malevolent or duplicitous about that? Like, what do those records keep other than the fact that this is who went in? I mean, we filled out the paperwork, so theoretically we should know what they reported. Yeah.
Next of kin, place of origin, which nation you belong to, age, mother, father, other people who are going in with you, occupation.
This was done after the Cogdeers were attacked, because the Cogdeers were attacked when we were on the other side of the world, right?
So the paperwork you submitted when you went there initially, I want to say like a month ago, a little more than a month ago.
Mm-hmm.
The fire was about 3 weeks ago. The attack was about 2 weeks ago. Roughly ballparking them for you.
Oh, so theoretically somebody found out about the Cogdeers from that. I mean, it's possible that's how they found the Cogdeers and then destroyed it to like cover their tracks or possibly make sure no one else did or whatever.
And you talked to the survivor about 2 weeks ago, maybe about a week.
Is that just after then the attack or?
About the same time, maybe just after.
Okay.
Yeah, because the Cogdeer for sure knew about the attack though. Okay.
Well, she alluded that she knew about the attack. She didn't say anyone was harmed. She just said that they were.
She said shame about your family or something like that. It was a very oblique reference.
Yeah, it was a very villainous vague booking. That means there's more of them than we thought. He just sort of stands up and he's like, well, I suppose we should probably pay our respects to the mayor before we head underground.
We might be dealing with an entire secret order, an Arul version of the Ebon Claw.
Yeah, very much
anti-god version of the Ebon Claw. I'm not sure how this works.
Very much look at Vanya and say, yes, there are a number of secret orders about these days.
I only know of the one I'm in, I promise.
That is something that someone from a secret order would say.
Absolutely. And
Vanya winks.
I just
Vanya
stop.
Totally knows about several other secret orders, let's be honest.
Yeah. I stop and I'm like, yes, and also the Oracle put us in direct opposition of the survivor also. So whoever these Harpers are, they know something as well. I must admit, I'm becoming quite frustrated at being everyone else's blunt instrument.
It's interesting to realize, like, the further I look, the more I realize we're simply on a giant chessboard, and we're not one of the fancy pieces.
When you want to knock over the entire board, count me in. Yep, and I head for Bloblin's place.
Arena thinks she's one of the fancy pieces. But she doesn't say anything.
You certainly used to be pawns. Now you've shot up a little bit. Like, I think you're going to be knights soon.
What to say? I feel like a knight, you know?
Yeah, you definitely feel like that piece that moves in a strange direction and jumps over things that you're meant to not jump over.
We definitely do wacky stuff.
The cogs are definitely moving in the Cogdeer brain. But I don't think I should share them with Vanya in presence.
I don't know. Vanya's been pretty honest with me.
I mean, you know that you're capable of talking to me telepathically if you want.
Yeah. You have to, like, tap him to get him to initiate.
Well, but I mean, just like, Parent just gave me one of those, and I'm like, Mialu. So
it's not like Vanya doesn't know you're talking telepathically. You made it all very evident.
Gan and I need to have a conversation at some point anyway, because there's a lot.
I just imagine Godden looks at people like this when he's doing it. A single twig, a leaf grows, you know? Yep.
Vanya has gotten very used to being left out of the telepathic thing. She's like, oh, they're doing their thing. Okay.
We're sorry. There's secrets that it makes sense to keep.
Hey, I think that Vanya totally gets that people got to keep their stuff under wraps. She's like, it's cool. I'll figure it out.
But to say, I don't feel bad. You're doing it to us all the time.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to do.
Vanya hasn't mentioned her whole entire backstory with your mother and how they used to be like dorm mates and stuff. So
exactly.
True. Al Gore, Tommy Lee Jones, and Vanya.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I also technically don't know what Vanya is either.
That's not sus. That's not sus at all. Great.
Chaotic evil. Anyway, we wanted to go find Bablin?
Assuming we have time, because they said we were going down tonight. I don't know what time it is. I mean, if we kind of need to roll out, we'll roll out. If
I do not want to go see Blablin, but they can go see Blablin.
I expressly want to flex on Blablin. Like there's the expressly flex on Blablin. Yep.
You find Blablin as, I guess, Serena's spending some time with her family. Who wants to go see Blablin? Hands up. Just you.
Let's do it.
Parents going as well.
Vanya doesn't know who he is, and everyone keeps being crapping on him, so she's like, I don't want to meet this dude.
Parent is curious. He wants to see if like a level has changed Blablin into a nicer person, or if the mending everything for free was just because it wasn't actually for free, it was to get votes.
I don't know what you're talking about. So yeah, you go find Blablin. Blablin can easily be found right outside your door, actually, talking briefly with one of the guards, and you see this relatively tall human looking down and talking to this, 2.5, almost 3 feet gnome, Blablin, who is now enclosed with definitely some nicer clothes. They're actually, a little bit of proper fur, a little bit of nice, fine thread fabric. Immediately looks up and sees you and is like, "Ah, yes, you. Welcome back. It's been a while, Parent Gatton. I am now Mayor, as you might have heard. How may I help you?"
We have heard.
Yes, I had gathered that.
Apologies. We've been traveling the world, saving kingdoms, and now we have made our way home. Is there anything you would like to share with us about the current state of things and how we might be of some assistance?
Yes, you could have bloody well stayed around and helped with all of this.
You have done an excellent job watching everything we've built and loved slowly wither and die. Yes.
At least they stayed around and didn't run away.
Do you see those Raven Queen people? They are here because we sent them to assist you. Otherwise, you would be slowly roasting on a meat hook somewhere.
So you sent other people to do the job you could have done?
And apparently the job you could not do. Yes.
Better to try than run away.
At the time we sent them, they were more qualified than we to deal with the problems at hand. But we may now be of some assistance.
I'm glad that you had time to arrange your finery before you did rebuilding the town. But yes, we're here to assist now. Mayor.
Well.
And I do make a huge dramatic bow to get like all the way. Yeah.
Fine. Stop by my shop in an hour. If you're going to help.
We have an hour before we're supposed to deploy with the Ebon Claw, right?
Yeah, they said they were either going later tonight or like early tomorrow, so they didn't give a specific time. They didn't know if you needed rest or not, effectively.
Yeah, but like if they're not sure we're gonna march and be like, it's tonight. We're not wasting any time.
That very much seems to be your party's approach to things.
I haven't used any of my reusables, and like every hour counts when it comes to saving Urzu.
Yeah.
And also Melusina.
Yeah, ready to roll.
She lives.
She lives. She lives. I'm sure she
lives.
If not, we can find her body, get her arrest. It's fine. Yeah, I mean, considering we just sailed for 3 days, it's a fair assumption we're rested, right?
Yeah. Oh, you are. You haven't used anything. You've only been using ritual spells so far, so.
Does Blablin head on his way?
I will just say one thing before Blablin goes. I just say,
yes.
There seems to have been a single incident, an incident that was repelled fairly adeptly by the followers of the Raven Queen. Why has everyone been leaving?
Because after the tower left, all the people who had came also departed. The people in this village who wanted a better life, all of the children and the youngers, all went into the tower and either died or came out and decided they could get better jobs elsewhere that would pay more. And so, who do you think's going to bring in the harvest? Who do you think's going to tend the fields? A few of them have been sown. Some of the families are distraught about what's happened. And, of course, the occasional attacks by these blights.
Blights.
Only minor attacks. The followers of the Raven Queen have repelled them, but it doesn't exactly endear people to staying here. Apparently someone disturbed a nest of them.
Does that mean anything to me? Yeah, because I spend a lot of time in the woods around here, so...
The blights were the things that you discovered. The twig blight. You also seen ivy blights, needle blights, and the Gulfis tree seems to be the epicenter of them.
The damn tree.
It seems to be poisoning the land.
Well, first things first, then we have to destroy that tree, and then we'll try and clear up all the mess that it's made.
Yes. I think we're due for a reunion. Also, Loblin, meet Vanya.
Oh, Vanya's not there. Vanya stayed with...
I thought Vanya came. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, right. I'll just look at him. I say, we will see you in an hour then.
See you in an hour?
And yes, very nice finery. And I billow my cloak.
Okay.
Once
Is there anything...
Lablin leaves and is out of earshot, Perrin's like, yeah, still don't like him. Just had to check.
Oh, no, he's very jealous now.
Satisfying.
Very.
I turn and go back in.
I actually, before we go, is the raven that I realized was not really a raven still there?
Yep.
I pointed out to Perrin. I'm not just like, bah, but I'm like, by the way, that raven is not a raven. At least, not in the traditional sense.
It seems they're following us everywhere.
I don't know the extent of the power of the Ebon Claw. It could be a very normal sentinel. And to be clear, it does not look like a clockwork raven, right? It just looks like a raven, right?
It's hard to tell from this distance in the dark, as it's kind of beginning to get gloomy now. You would certainly know it doesn't exactly hit just beast, though, which, from your experience, means it's probably maybe partly clockwork.
I look at Perrin and say,
have I not detected Celestial from one of them at some point?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I would do it again, but it's more than 60 feet away, and I need to save those for looking for undead.
Yep. I'm like, stand by. I'm going to try something. And I get close, kind of walk to the base of the building, and I reach out to it telepathically. Hello, friend.
Need to figure out these buttons.
What do you want?
To be of assistance.
Our assistance is appreciated, old one.
Are you here to assist the followers of the Raven Queen?
I am here to observe.
On behalf of whom?
The Queen. The Queen of Memories. The Queen of Death. Of winter and cold.
Does she know that the Cockdeers are faithful adherents of hers?
She knows many things. She watches over her flock.
I only watch over them. Is there anything you can tell me that might help us be of assistance to the Cogdeers, the Queen's flock?
The path you are on is dangerous for many people.
And yet it must be walked.
You are correct, old one.
Before we tread the path that lay before us, is there anything that we might do to be of more use to the Queen of Memory?
Destroy the blight along this land. The tree from which it grows. Sits the church. But you already walked that path.
Yes. And still it led us back here. We've only gone forward and we're back at the beginning. Hopefully,
Not the
however...
end point that matters, it's the journey. You have grown.
Yes. Hopefully this time we will strike much truer. Might I ask you one last question, friend?
You may.
I pull out the reaping blade this time, which I've made a point to not have around any of these Ebon Claw people up until now. Yeah, little like hold it up. I'm like, does this blade mean anything to you?
That blade predates my knowledge.
Mine as well. Then back again, and I say, if I can ever be of assistance, friend, please call.
If you find the tree, take nothing from it. Burn every bough, every branch, and every root.
You've helped me tremendously. And I turn and I look at Perrin and I'm all like, we gave the hag the twigs from the tree.
Is that outlet?
That's still telepathic.
Oh, okay. Right. So I'm just like, oh, he's pointing at me now. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. The Raven. It is a representative of the Raven Queen, as I suspected. It said that when we find the tree, destroy it, take nothing from it, burn every twig, leaf, and branch, and bough. But we already took a sample. We gave it to the hag.
Oops.
And you took the sword from it, you crazy person.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not putting the sword back.
He's worried about the twig. But he's worried about the twig when I'm like, you took the sword. And I didn't.
It's not a part of the tree. It just happens to be embedded in the tree. It's different.
Yeah, like King Arthur didn't have to put Excalibur back in the rock. Come on. Yeah. Although I do like hurry, like grab Perrin and hurry back to tell one that we need to meet Boblin, and two everything the bird told me up to and including don't take anything from the tree. Also, we super already took something from the tree.
By the way, I call that voice mod Raven Hawking.
Shouldn't it be Stephen Raven?
Well, it could be Stephen Ravening.
Yeah,
it's true.
Okay, so as you have this telepathic conversation, the Raven flutters down from the building and lands in front of you, like literally like 5 feet away.
If I even see it coming down, I'll hold my hand out where it could land on my arm if it wanted to.
It doesn't. It lands in front of you, but seems to appreciate the offer.
You make this oath.
I'm sorry, I actually literally couldn't hear you say again.
Do you make this oath
What oath? To destroy the tree utterly?
Yes. But when you find it, if you should defeat it, you burn every piece of wood. You let none survive.
In exchange for what?
Service of the Queen. To prevent the spread of the undead.
No, you said, do I swear an oath? Do I swear an oath in exchange for what?
She will give you her protection.
Then yes, I swear.
And you, Perrin Veldarel,
Is this
fighter of
psychically to me?
lions,
Yes.
Is this the first time I've heard it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hello?
fighter of lions, finder of secrets.
Wait, when did I fight lions? Is that the symbol of the Lumerian Empire?
Yeah.
Lioness, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. Yes?
You swear this oath.
What oath?
That bit was to both of you, by the way. Sorry. My fault.
Oh, I said, is this the first I've heard? You said it was.
I'm sorry. My fault.
Okay, I'm like, yes, I swear it.
Yeah. Yes, I swear it.
How can you both swear oaths to something that you already know you already broke?
Not
That's
asking you to get rid of twigs.
It means, yeah, it's not
it-
all bits of the tree that exist in the world. It's if we find the tree as
Yeah.
it is, burn the whole tree.
Mm-hmm. Burn it all. Don't leave
Already,
anything
All right.
present
You've already
somewhat
found the
big,
tree.
And
Telepathically now to both Vanya and to Irina.
My servant and child. I will be back in a second. My door's got a knock.
What's the? I thought that was the. I was like, what? You'll be back in a second. Where are you?
Oh,
Wait,
I'm like,
hold on, someone is knocking upon my realm.
roll initiative. It's the Raven Queen. Boom.
Oh, it's Streakvok. He says he has a message for you.
Yay, welcome back, my friend.
Sorry, I kind of kidnapped him before.
I'm back from the Umbro plane.
Oh my god. We're just like sitting here hanging out with my family, watching my little.
And we just hear it,
And then all of a sudden, in our head, we're hearing like some creepy sound.
I want to do like the thing where I
Celestial
pull the
clockwork
coins
raven
out from
voice.
behind your sibling's ear, and they just blow their minds.
Oh, you have
and
to
then,
roll
like,
for that. That's funny.
And I just hear something.
My servant and child. If you should find the tree, the Bilkias tree, do you swear an oath to destroy it? Every bough, branch, trunk, and root. That once you slay it, you will burn them all. And let nothing of what you kill survive.
It's the tweeting of the bird, okay, guys? That's the squeaking. Or it's eating a rat. I know the name of that tree, right? Yes.
Golf
Yeah,
is great,
I think,
yeah.
we all know.
Okay, all right.
I think Vanya knows.
I kind of like look around and I'm like, who else is this thing talking? Like who?
I'll make eye contact with you.
Okay, if you make eye contact with me, do I pick
Have I
up
heard
on
something
it?
like this
That's-
before? Have I ever had this happen to me before?
I'm gonna roll to see if I pick up on
Probably
Vanya.
occasionally. Very occasionally, the Clockwork Ravens act as messengers.
For once, my insight, I do see that you're looking at me weird. The RNG loves telling a good story. So I do notice that Vanya's looking at me too, and I'm like, did I point at my head?
I nod. Yeah, I if it's happened to me before, I'm probably less freaked out about it. But I also am confused what prompted it. So I'm like, what? I guess I think that anything for the. I think that this is absolutely something. Yeah, Vanya swears immediately.
Are we saying it in our head or out loud?
I said it in my head. I think probably.
Yeah, I would probably reply in my head. But What did
I
it
don't
call
scare
us?
your family.
It said our child, or what was the other thing?
It said my servant and my child.
I think Arena's response, because she is sassy, crazy person. She's like,
am I the child or the servant?
That's a good question.
You are almost family. You swear your oath.
this solidifies my theory. After show people, get
Rena
ready.
Cockbeard, do you swear your oath to the Raven Queen?
Forever.
You all feel a slight tingle and a kind of cold. And for the duration of this quest, you all have the blessing of the Raven Queen and her protection. You all get +1 AC.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh, we can
Very
set that up in
nice.
our sheet too, so that
Yep.
it has it. That's nice.
Since this is a mystical effect, does it cover when I'm wild shaped?
It does, yeah.
I feel like to me it's like a layer of frost.
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah.
Like a little frost on us. We're a little frosty.
She's actually using her ability to bend fate a little bit because she has the domain of a fate.
Mm-hmm. Stay frosty.
Stay frosty. Where's AC on here?
Next to initiative at the top.
I'm just gonna keep in my noodle that I got a +1.
Yeah, I realized you can
No, I
literally
meant-
go
If you go to the
+1 in
cog
your-
and you go to AC bonus or something, enable it as a checkbox, in the front of the sheet, it'll have a section in the center, which is something like additional AC. Gaten
Yeah,
already
that's
has
what
it.
I'm-
It's-
That's what I'm looking for
I
right
just
now.
typed into the AC
show
box
AC modifier.
Yeah, I did
17
too.
+1. I just wrote +1 because I don't think anything actually ever fetches your AC for calculations.
Yeah, only for display purposes. You might forget your armor though.
That's why I put it at 17 +1, so I know that it's 17, but I have an extra 1.
Okay. Right. What would you like to do? Apart from the
Dance
creepy
out.
voice talk to all of you.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you want to talk to the avatar of your god anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, does it say anything else to us after I
Nope.
say always?
It took that as a yes.
When you say family, what do you mean exactly?
Arena says in her head. I don't know if
Did
it
Vanya
actually
hear,
replies.
Did I hear all of it? Like, were we all in the same group chat? Like, did I
Is
hear?
this like a
did I
Zoom
hear-
call? Or...
Yeah, did I hear the like?
You
you're
heard
my-
the bit with Arena. That was to both of you.
Like you're basically family. I did hear that.
Yeah. You heard the end bit with Arena.
That's
Do me and
good.
Gaten
That's
hear
good to
what's
know.
being said to those two?
No, you don't hear that bit.
Oh, okay.
That's because Vanya is protecting Arena. So they can put in the same room.
We're in the same group chat. It's fine.
Yeah.
We're all zooming
Oh,
together. Yeah.
Our exhaustion level's
Vanya-
gone now, so I can remove this. I've been rolling with my exhaustion levels on.
Oh.
Yeah, but it hasn't affected your rolls.
Oh, it doesn't affect it?
Oh, you have to.
No, it normally does, but it doesn't affect it mechanically in the sheet. You have to remember it.
Oh, okay.
But your exhaustion disappeared like 3 days ago, or whatever.
Okay, I will remove
You have to
it.
make yourself roll with disadvantage.
Okay, yeah. Cool.
Cool. Vanya will remember that if she needs to. That was a little loaded.
Everything's fine.
Well, then, honestly,
I'm a
Quietly flipping out,
servant.
like,
Arena gets promoted to
confirmed.
child.
Yep. And head towards the mine then. You know,
Just
now's as good a time
saying.
as any.
Do
Just
it.
saying,
Oh,
we
we gotta
Arena
meet
Cogdeer.
Bloblin.
Just saying, Arena Cogdeer, the Raven Princess. It's got a ring to it.
Oh, that's
true.
cute.
Princess of Ravens.
Oh, now I want like a little raven cloak.
We trade cloaks.
I do just say to Arena though, if you decide you want to harm Boblin, I will support you in this.
Arena doesn't really want to. I think at one point she's like,
Well, maybe now that he's mayor, he won't compete with our shop. Although, we have to move our shop. It's going to be a lot of things to move.
I don't think you should expect any more of him.
What?
We
You
can
didn't
hope that he
do
leads
anything to him,
the
did
village
you?
in the sense that if the village flourishes, so does his business. Long term, it's not good, but short term, it might be beneficial.
Yeah, unless there's nothing else, just when the hour's up, head to Boblin.
Okay.
Wait, why are we going to Blablin?
Hey, you two already went there.
He said come to the shop in an hour.
Okay, you guys go back in an hour. Arena does not want to see Blablin.
I stay with
Apparently,
Arena.
yes.
An hour.
I've multiple
It seems
times
that
said
he'll
I
have
don't want to see
something-
Blablin.
That's why I just said if you want to just go
Perrin
hurt
does
him, we
say-
can do that.
Oh, you want to beat him up?
Perrin does say to Arena,
No.
he did offer to help us in some way. Maybe he has some trinkets that he'll lend us for the purpose. I know.
You want his
strange.
trinkets? I will make you trinket. If you need a trinket, you ask me for trinkets.
She looks
I
at
know,
all
but
of
maybe
you,
he has-
points at you, is very serious about this.
I would love a trinket. I'll stay with you. I would love a trinket.
All right, I will make you a trinket. You go talk to Blablin
who's
and
this-
get his trinkets.
Blobby person, anyway.
He's been in the town for a very long time too. I don't know if his shop is still open because it looks like it's a little boarded up, but
I'll usurp the mayorship. That's my end game. I'll just stay here and be the mayor of Blobby.
Everyone we leave just ends up running a town, pretty
Running a
much.
I mean, it's becoming a theme.
his name is Lebnir. Lebnir Blablin. He owns the Blablin hobby shop. Or hobby store? It doesn't matter. But he sells mediocre trinkets and other bits and bobs. But our shop is better.
Oh, can't hold a candle, I'm sure.
I mean, look at it. It's inside of a beautiful tree. Well, a little destroyed now, but that's okay.
Vanya will happily accept any trinkets. By
Arena's like really
Arena.
distraught right now.
Yeah, I'll probably stay with you if you're not going though. So we can make trinkets.
And
with
her
your
friend
siblings.
Perrin just said he was gonna get trinkets from Blablin.
He didn't say he was gonna buy trinkets from Blablin.
You
It's an
said you were gonna
important
take
difference.
his trinkets. I thought we were friends.
Your other friend offered to kill him, so I feel like
You're still on my good side, Gatton.
yeah. I mean, like by the way,
Perrin's
like,
going
Just
down
lost
on the
a few
list.
Yeah, I've lost a few places in the list here.
So,
I actually have him written as one of my major enemies. And now that I think about it, it's a very mundane enemy. But I'm gonna stick to it.
people who want to
Like-
dethrone gods and also Blablin.
I put him as a major enemy on my
the
Evil
sheet.
necromancers.
Yeah, he's
But-
gonna be the big Betty guy at the end.
No, I love it. It's great. I gave him to
annoying gnome
E for
down
me.
the street.
So you go across the road to Blablin's. You see as you start approaching, one of the like corners of a board twitches, and then Blablin hurries out. Yes. So, I was finishing brewing this. It's only just finished, but considering that you are going down, you're going to be saving the town. I do have one remaining health potion that hasn't been bought up by the followers of the Queen of Ravens. If you want it.
I won't say no if you're offering.
Yes. Considering the, nature of it, you're helping defend the town, and you're doing it for a good cause, and it helps all of us, and obviously the citizenry, we can maybe call it a discount, 50% discount, 25 gold.
See, he's still trying to get money from you. He's
Yeah,
terrible.
Yeah, it's like up until now, Per's
can't
had a
believe I
very
have
curious
to be the
expression,
mayor.
and then he's like, there it is. Well, I can't argue with a good deal. Fair enough, and I gave him 25 gold.
Yep, there you go, and there you go. It's this little bottle with on the side engraved, says Blablin's, center of Oleana, come check us out. Purveyor of the best alchemical and artificer goods in all of Oleana.
I pocket the bottle as opposed to the other bottle of health potion I have, which is on my belt.
Okay.
Ain't gonna be no billboard.
Good luck. I hope you all don't all die down there. Anything else?
I think that's all I can afford anyway.
Oh, if you want to, I do not have many things left cleared out, but I do have a few bits and bobs if you want to buy anything or sell.
I produce my crystal, my psychic crystal, and I just show it to him.
Yes.
This is the smallest and weakest of the treasures that we've acquired in our travels. Unfortunately, I don't believe you have anything here that's remotely comparable. And put it back away.
It's a rock. It glows.
Oh, Bloblin, you're even worse at this than I thought. And I turn and leave.
Thank you for giving you the health potion at such a discount rate. Close the door, slam.
I do buy 2 javelins off him.
Okay, just as he's about to close the door, you're like, javelins? He's like, well, now you want stuff. Javelins?
Yep, I buy 2. They're 5 silver each. So I give him a gold.
Did we have anything we wanted to sell? I don't think we did, right?
Not to him.
Maybe, possibly. Probably not to Blablin, no.
I know Rena's being so petty, but I did put him down as a major enemy, so I need to play it
the
up.
Ring of Death. Can we sell him that?
No,
we'll
do not give him the Ring of
but...
Death. Unless you put it on him.
Like,
no, he has to be
willing. The idea
willing.
being that we'd sell it to him, and then no one would ever buy it because who the hell would buy a ring that kills you?
I can get you 1 javelin. Unfortunately, we're out of stock of most things, considering. But 1 javelin for 5 silver is acceptable.
All right, I'll take 1.
Alright.
I now have 4 javelins.
Would you like a prismatic javelin?
Ooh.
Of what?
I thought you weren't interested in anything I was going to offer.
What's a prismatic javelin?
Well, when you throw it, once per day, it will shear off a flash of colored light, which does certain elemental damage.
A sparkle javelin.
Considering how often I lose javelins, I don't know if that's a good idea.
You would need to pick it back up, I believe. This crystal javelin has a prismatic head that can refract light. Immediately after you throw this javelin, it hits the target within 120 feet of you. The javelin disappears in a small burst of light and reappears in your open hand. As an action, you can throw the javelin at a point within 120 feet and speak its command word. When the javelin lands, it erupts in a dazzling display of colors and light, casting painfully bright light in a 20-foot radius and dim light for another 20. Creatures of your choice within the bright light must make a DC 13 Dex saving throw. For each creature hit by the light, you roll, and it takes a colored damage element of the property, 2d10.
That sounds great. How much?
Well, I've only just finished the enchantment. It's not actually, it's once per day. We're looking at, maybe a couple of hundred.
Never mind. I'll see you after we've done the dungeon.
Maybe 100 and, well, maybe 140.
Just like, have a nice night. I'm already leaving. I have 19 gold on me. This.
Okay, hell no.
Technically 20.
Gatton's holding on to most of our gold. So if you do
we've
want
spent
it,
quite a lot on potions and things, though.
How much do we have?
He's
our.
I have down 21 gold, which is why I was willing to kill somebody for 320, but apparently that made me the jerk.
Recently.
Yeah.
Pretty much all the money we ever get, we spend on health potions.
I have 60 if you need it.
Yep. Again, it's good money in that murder, but that's all right. I feel like in the grand scheme of things.
Maybe if all of us combined all of our money, I'd be able to buy a javelin.
Look,
but that
we were 3 HP away. We could have done it. We almost
Whoa,
did it.
what's all this like moral flexibility
No.
now at the time?
No,
you
no,
were
no.
like,
I didn't know about the reward. I wasn't here for the episode where the money was talked about. I just knew there was money in it.
Arena's not down with it. I'm just saying.
In the grand scheme of things, I think we were better off not having killed her then. But
I
still.
would have just gone for like, you know, option C with that. Just be like, kill the Oracle, get the money from Skinface, also kill Skinface, loot him for everything else he has, and then leave.
They want to be murder hobos, chat.
I mean,
a little bit.
There was
They're like,
definitely
kill everybody, and at the end, we're the bad guys.
honestly, I realize this is we could talk about this more in the after show, but to tell you the truth, pending what Godden had learned from the Oracle Soul in the sword, he super would have been down to also kill Skinface. So
That's
yes,
true.
we
That's
could
true.
have just eradicated the criminal underworld.
Yeah, they're all bad guys, right?
Maybe Fahira
makes
Ras
sense.
would like give us a reward for getting rid of both of them, right?
True.
Who do you
true.
think pays most of them?
I was about
Yeah,
to say,
that's
it's
true.
not that kind of place until we make it that kind of place. Yeah. Well, then, yeah. let's
We
head out.
run the
Let's-
Undercity now. No, I'm just
Look
kidding.
at my face. Look at my face. I'm the skin face now. Yeah. Right.
That's the
This is
end
getting
game.
scary, you
You
guys.
kill
Criminal
skin face and then you
warlords.
remove the skin and place it on your own face, and that's the evil twist.
It's like Star Trek First
no.
Contact, just one piece here and like one arm, you know? Yeah, that's it.
Still a better
Goosebumps.
love story than Twilight.
Oh, whoa.
Okay, yeah, let's do something else. We can head to the mine then.
Okay.
Okay, let's go.
I keep saying mine. It's not a mine. What is it? Ruin?
They
Call
cat.
it a mine.
Underground.
It did used to be a
something.
mine. I mean, they were
Oh,
mining
okay.
scrap metal, but it did used to be a mine.
Oh, okay.
As you
Right.
get closer,
Super
you
happy
notice the
fun
big
land.
encampment.
Yeah.
You notice the encampment, and there seem to be several tables set up.
I did want to say something I was doing while they were doing that to get Blablin, and we don't need to RP it or anything. I just want to make sure that you're aware that I would be doing this, is getting some more alcohol from Mahira.
Okay. What like kind of alcohol do you want? Cheap?
How much is the good stuff?
Okay, they're out of stock of a lot of the good stuff. So the best good stuff you'll probably get would be like a gold a bottle would be the best they'd have.
Can I have a gold?
At
You
what
go up to Kat
point?
and you're like, can I have a gold? I want to buy booze.
At what point do we realize something's wrong with her?
Yeah,
like
like,
before, we've
I-
kind of like gone with it, but it's like,
Because I feel like maybe it's even easier for someone who's not been around her as long as they have to notice. Yeah, if you ask Vanya for booze money, Vanya
Have a
will
go,
go,
maybe.
you've been drinking a lot.
Oh, I haven't.
Yeah, yes, you have. Yes,
like
you have,
objectively, you have.
though. Just in the time I've known you, and when we talked at a bar, I thought, well, we're at a bar, but then we end up just kind of traveling or being at your parents' house, and it seems like you always have a drink on you.
Oh, it's not like
you-
I'm
are you
doing anything
okay?
belligerent.
You're not.
Look,
No, that's
If
true.
I was throwing up a lot, or if I was being a nuisance, then maybe I would understand, and then maybe I would be drinking too much. But I don't think I'm drinking too much.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
You were drinking through the entire
I say I
thing.
want to lean down and I want to like smell.
This
her
is the one moment where I fail.
I really hope it's a one.
It's like, I don't think I've been drinking too much.
11. Not bad. Not bad. I've been, just so you all know, I've been critting nat 20s on this roll a lot. It's been crazy.
So you drank. Did you drink plum wine earlier?
Yeah.
And then you drank from your ale flask.
No, I didn't drink the plum wine. I
Okay.
decided not to. I drank.
Okay.
I saw that there was only a little bit left, and I left it for my family.
How many drinks did you have from the ale flask so far?
Probably like 2 or 3.
Okay. You're drunk.
What? With 11? Come
The
on.
DC is 10 plus the number of additional drinks you've
But
had.
that's over time.
You are drunk right now. You will sober up in the next couple of hours, but you're drunk right now.
Okay, fine. Replay that.
No, you're only just drunk. Like, you aren't throwing up everywhere or whatever.
Okay.
It's not like you
All
feel
right,
about
then
a huge amount.
it
You
still
only just
stands
felt
what I say, but it's not as,
refined, yeah.
yeah.
breath. Yeah, Vanya leans down and like smells her breath as just by being in the vicinity of her face. She's like, maybe we should drink water if we're going to see your grandfather in an evil undead mine.
But why would we drink water when we can drink beautiful nectar? Look.
Yeah, Vanya's sort of gonna refer to her close friends and be like, I don't know what to do with this.
Do they have to like roll to like persuade me to not buy more alcohol?
Or we could just not give you money.
That's true.
Can I pickpocket them?
No.
I'm pretty good at that.
You can certainly try, although they are looking right at you.
Well, not right now.
As you're leaving, you could.
Yeah.
This is reminding me, what's been happening with Pietro this entire time? We didn't get the family's reaction to Mecha Pietro.
Been waiting outside the door.
I assumed that my little siblings probably climbed all over it.
Okay, they have spent a lot of time climbing all over Mecha Pietro in the front room.
Mecha Pietro probably loves it.
Your family are probably just like, oh, I guess this is like another Gatton, right?
Yeah, that's what I assume that they think, because they're simple peoples.
Yeah, I think that Vanya would just be like, I will not make you feel grief for this, but I don't know if I will encourage it. And she just kind of gives her like water to Arena and stands up and it's gonna.
Arena looks at the water.
I mean,
need clear heads for the fight that's coming.
Yes, as long as you can hold your alcohol, it is of no concern to me. But please be careful.
Arena smiles. Arena smiles and takes that as she can totally grab a gold out of Gatton's.
That is not at all what Gatton is implying. It, not even a little bit.
She's gonna try.
Okay, sleight of hand.
All right.
Against passive perception on Gatton. He's quite high.
10.
Gatton, you know as she's not even the hand's in your pocket, but you see the hand going towards your pocket.
Just when she's doing that, I just summon my poison claws. Please stop.
But you said as long as I could hold it, that was fine.
That doesn't mean that I'm going to pay for it.
Hey, I earned that money too.
Go ask your parents for beer money. See what they say.
You cruel soul.
So where are we trying to buy alcohol from? Where
Ghost in the Machine is the only place, right?
Yeah, the inn.
I say, okay, how about this? I'll buy you something, but it has to be what I want to buy you. And it will be alcohol.
Arena, thinks about it. She's like,
all right.
All right. So I'll go in, and I want to try to be sneaky and buy, severely watered down, whiskey, but
you're gonna buy Corona.
Water whiskey.
I will say though, while she's buying the alcohol, and I'm kind of palming Arena's head from trying to rob me
here. It's such a big RP thing, but I fucking love it.
Perrin.
I want to buy the most watered down I possibly can buy.
Like a homeopathic beer.
Yeah, basically.
Cruelty-free.
It's water, and then you get a dropper and just. Bloop.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm aiming to
get. It's like a wine cooler.
It's like a kombucha of beer. Perrin, when was the last time you read your dream book?
It's been a little while. I haven't thought about it.
I deeply suspect something has happened to Arena. Perhaps something has happened to you as well, and the book may give you some clarity.
There is nothing wrong with me, although I did hear something in my head the other day, and it wasn't you, Gatton.
What was it?
Nothing.
If you're talking about the Raven talking to you, that was an hour ago.
I know. She's lying. I have a thing that says I have to lie.
I understand. No. You're a lying drunk now. It's great. I love it.
It's so bad.
A lying drunk with delusions of grandeur.
A lying
Someone
drunk
who lives in LA, I know this. Yeah.
I either lie or I exaggerate.
Right.
I think you lie to exaggerate. It's like, it's not like you went and you fought a zombie. It's you went and fought a horde of zombies.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Also, right now you have disadvantage on all attack rolls and ability checks because you are poisoned, effectively.
Sloshed.
Okay. On ability checks and what?
Attack rolls.
And attack rolls. Oh.
I actually checked. Because of your con mod, anytime you drink, you have to make a saving throw at the end of the hour.
Okay. Which we have been doing. I've just been nat 20ing.
Mm-hmm.
The night with Vanya, that's when I was expecting it to be bad.
As we travel out to the mine entrance, I do Perrin does check his dream book, just kind of flip through the recent entries and see if there's anything in there that he wasn't expecting. And
Vanya, you can easily get some like watered down like grog or whatever.
Swill.
Effectively, it is quite easy to get because it keeps the alcohol from like the water from turning. So a little bit of that is often used as a traveler's ration. That'd be like 5 copper.
Yeah, I have money. I have money. So yeah, I'll just.
Yeah.
But
like, do you have change for a platinum?
Do you have change for a platinum?
Yes, I'll just get something
I
very
shall
watered
take it
down
all.
for Rita.
1 coin.
Isn't a platinum just 10 gold?
What would I need to roll to taste, like, to tell how like good this is versus the other stuff?
Make an insight roll.
Oh, I'm bad at those. Okay.
It'll be perception taste, so it should be perception.
Perception, okay. I'm okay with 20.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, no, I'm at disadvantage. 1 second. I need to roll again.
Uh-oh.
12.
That's still enough. I was looking for DC 10. Yeah. This is super watered down. It won't even get you drunk. It won't even count as a drink towards the limit.
Okay. Arena takes it and takes a sip, and then she like makes a face. But she's totally trying to act like it's fine. But she's kind of like...
This is my favorite, so... Lying through her teeth.
It's so good.
Just an awkward smile.
If you're trying to pull the like, oh no, it tastes really weak, but actually it's really strong. If you want to try and pull that, you can do your opposed deception insights.
Do it.
Nah.
Okay.
I mean, I can, but I think she's just like... I don't even think Vanya would be mad if Arena knew that Vanya's clearly just trying to give her something watered down, because I think Vanya just wants what's best for her. So I don't think Vanya's ashamed of what she's doing.
Oh, it's too good. Sorry. All right, let's go to the cave. I did not expect this to be such a big thing. I just was gonna get more alcohol.
So, as you get nearer, you see that there's a little encampment, and off to one side, there's a table. A very long section of table, which is several like folding tables end to end, along with a big tablecloth that's been overlaid, and a number of little chairs and barrels and stuff being pulled up so people can sit around. I noticed there's about a dozen people sitting around it, including Warren Antok, and 4 spaces left.
I walk over, stumbling a little, and I'm just like,
"Hey, Antok, how are you doing? We're coming to help you."
Right, someone's obviously been at the wine, preparing for a possible
she pulls out her
death
crossword
situation.
No, I'm prepared. See?
Right. Okay. So,
cheats it. Baron. Phantom's like, oh god, no.
I'm not with her. Yeah. Look.
I'd never met this gnome.
Before we all go down
Gnome
and
home.
we dive into the catacombs, we're going to partake of a little bit of a feast for those who might end up otherwise not coming back.
I love food, but I'm coming back.
That's the spirit. So, if you wish to.
Rena's already there.
Okay. You notice there's a load of empty plates. And in the center, there is an elaborate, jewel-encrusted bowl of some kind.
Ooh, I know what this is.
As one of the clerics holds out their hand over it, the bowl begins to fill up with food. And you see the bowl just slowly changes from being this lovely metal-encrusted gem sculpture, almost, something that would be an art object, slowly into a plain wooden bowl. And the table begins to fill up with a bountiful supply of food. Roast chicken, roast beef. There's something that seems slightly bird-like, but you don't necessarily recognize. It's covered in this like thick, almost citrusy sauce. Okay. I guess the closest thing would be like lemon chicken, but it's almost like an orangey taste with like a kind of like a weird salty afterburn.
You guys should try some of those. It's so good.
Piles of fruits and veg and curried rice. Just the entire table is full of just a complete and utter menagerie of foods.
And try and wait and see what's supposed to happen here.
It's a hero's feat.
Yeah.
It gives you buffs, usually.
I've never heard of this, and neither is Perrin. Perrin's just like, how does this work?
I know that that's optional for you, but if you want to partake...
Wait, no, what? Not
Yeah.
Yeah, Vanya eats.
We feast.
And then, as you are feasting, 4 of the figures, including the one who had cast the Hero's Feast, an older dwarf gentleman, all start walking around the table, and they start touching people on the shoulders, and you see vague shimmers of light briefly.
Y'all, we're going into something bad. The
Three of
GM's
you-
giving us NPCs to fight with us, buffs, a potion at discount.
3 of you may have the aid spell cast on you, and 1 of you may have the death ward cast on you.
Ooh.
Aid will increase your hit point maximum by 5 and your hit points by 5. And death ward will mean that whenever you reduce to 0 HP, you drop to 1 instead, and the effect ends.
Probably give that to Perrin and everyone else aid. And I'm ranged, so I'll stay back, so I don't take anything.
Well, everyone else gets aid means you get aid as well, right?
No, you said 3 people, so those 3. Yep. Vanya, Perrin, and Gatton.
Okay, and Perrin gets death ward as well.
And Perrin gets death ward, yeah. And me nothing.
No, you take one of them.
No, it makes sense.
You're literally the squishiest out of all of us.
I'm the ranged person. You guys are all like...
Fireball can find you, so can disintegrate, so can...
I'm gonna hide behind that crew of people that are feasting right now.
In fact, I say give her a death ward.
I was thinking her for death ward
Give her
as well,
death
only
ward.
because Vanya would want her to have death ward.
Yeah, you got lay on hands and a high AC
Especially
and
if your
100 other
family's
things.
being targeted.
Yeah.
They might
give
just
the no
have
death ward.
Who has been dropping more than anybody? Perrin.
You should at least take aid though. I feel like you should.
Yeah,
have something.
there is no version of this
What
where
does
you take
aid
nothing.
give us? Just temporary HP?
No, it gives you a hit point maximum increase and HP increase equal to that. It gives you 5 more increase. To
I don't
your
think
max.
that's really gonna help me. I'm like already like...
Only hit point that matters is the last one. Remember, the Oracle was down to 3. Yeah, every little bit counts. Yep.
Okay.
We
You
will
guys are
force the
insisting.
help on you.
If you insist.
The plan is, and just in case it matters, is that the 12 who are there plus you 4, 16, the 4 who are casting buffs on you aren't going to go down. The other 8 of them and the 4 of you are going to be 3 teams of 4 each, and they're all going to go down and take different passageways.
Okay. All right.
So, let me tell you what you have. And I will make the Boons of the Raven Queen available to all players.
All right, I will take the aid then. I think, Bentham, you should take the ward.
Okay.
So,
Yeah,
Perrin,
easy
when you
bounce.
drop to 0 HP for the first time, you instead drop to 1 HP and the spell effect ends. And if you're subject to an effect that causes instantaneous death without dealing damage, it is negated, and the spell ends.
Yeah, you should take that.
Hey.
If you're insisting on making me take something, I'll just take the aid.
Yep. Aid gives all of you a 5 HP increase to your max hit points
You're
and
by-
associated.
You're by a wide margin the squishiest and most vulnerable of us. Like, I don't understand why you're so cavalier about this. Like, it's no big deal.
Because I'm not in the melee. Well, I guess now I can.
Fireball.
I kind of have
Sometimes you
been in
end
the
up
melee.
in the melee even if you don't want to be.
That's true. I do have a sword, or like a little frost sword now.
Hero's Feast. An hour after eating the Hero's Feast, you're instantly cured of all diseases and poison. So Maggie, you're no longer drunk. You're instantaneously, almost instantaneously sober. That last bit of the hour, you just go whoop to sober.
I'm feeling really good now.
You are all immune to.
You had to
Maybe
get something in your
that drink
stomach.
that you gave me was actually very good.
You become immune to poison and being frightened.
We're immune to poison and frightened?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
And you make all wisdom saving throws with advantage. This is the next 24 hours.
Oh, hey.
Aid lasts 8 hours. Death Ward lasts 8 hours. Hero's Feast is 24.
Oh, very nice. Yeah.
Immune to poison, and what was the other thing?
Frightened.
Frightened?
You make all wisdom saving throws with advantage.
Wisdoms.
And your hit point maximum and your hit points increase by 2d10 for the duration. So if you can all roll 2d10, you can increase your hit points by that much.
Ah.
Oh, Vanya goes up 3.
That-
No.
Oh, no. I got 5.
5. Oh,
I got
9.
9.
Everyone's so below average.
So
Is our maximum?
Oh.
Is it pretend maximum? Will it go away when the buff wears off?
Oh yeah, it goes away at the end of the spell.
Okay. All right. Cool.
We could have had 20.
Look
We
how
had 2
bad that
HP.
is, you guys. A 3,
You
a
rolled
5, a
so
9, and a
badly.
7. Hey, look. At least we're incremental.
So bad. There we go.
Like I'm very frontliney and I got a 9. Frontlinier people got more. Actually, is Vanya frontline? Probably.
I will attempt to normally be backline, but I got up in the hag's face because I couldn't see the hag any other way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So normally I will be more ranged. Is the goal.
Best Hero's Feast ever. Yep. Yeah, I've made a sheet of these available, by the way. If you want to look up the thing, it's available. Also, make a note of how much your HP went up, because it's that plus 5 for you who got aid. Otherwise, it's just that.
Already
Because when
did.
it reverts, you'll have to.
I put it in my bonus hit points just to keep it separate from my own brain. Do those transfer, or temporary rather? Do those transfer over to my wild shape forms too?
I'm tempted to be a massive troll and also cast heroism on people to make the hit points even more confusing.
You could do. I'll
Temporary hit points for days.
Between this week and next for you, Dave.
Okay. It's all right. I got track of it either way. Okay.
Yeah, I still need to tell Gatton what his sword really is too.
That might be relevant before we go right back in here to from whence it came.
If you want to end on that, you can.
Well, I feel like we needed to talk like privately at some point.
Well, as you're going down, you'll be in like a long tunnel as you start splitting off, and you can have that if you want as a conversation.
I can talk.
I guess we could talk into your head, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, while you're eating, you could be like, Gatton, so I need to talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it has to definitely needs to be private though. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm. It's fine. I mean, if you give me one of those, then yeah.
Bachelorette style. Can I stay away?
I'm like very much like trying to figure. I'm discovering what hummus is for the first time, and I'm deeply suspicious. Yeah. And I'm like, yes, Arena.
So we probably need to talk sometime. It doesn't have to be now, or maybe it should be. I don't know.
Yes, this seems like a protracted amount of preparation, so better not leave anything unsaid.
Yeah. Does seem like that. You really think it's going to be that dangerous?
Of course, every day's that dangerous for us. Don't forget, it was like 2 weeks ago we barely escaped this place with our lives.
Okay, fair enough. I was thinking that you might want to know what the name of your sword is actually.
The Blade of Justice.
Sword of Judgment.
Judgment. Sword of Judgment from Lord Gao. Oh, no, I don't know that. Sorry. I wrote that down, but I don't know that. But the
You don't
Sword
know
of
that.
Judgment.
I thought Gatton did get told that by like Skinface or somebody.
I was told that it's the Sword of Judgment, not the Lord Gal part. I wrote that down and I put next to it, I don't know this. I just read out loud before reading.
You say the first part and then I say the last part, I think. There we go. That works.
Lord Gal. Was that the name of the vampire that was impaled to the tree?
No,
I thought it was his sword.
No, it was not. That's not his name, right? Somebody else's name? Gao?
Oh, see, I really thought the dude we found impaled to the tree was the dude whose sword it was supposed to have been.
Yep.
Was that Gao?
Yeah.
As punishment for losing his, failing to protect his city, the vampire overlord took his sword and impaled him to the tree.
Okay, but I didn't realize that was Gao. I thought his name was something else. Okay.
Also, FYI, it doesn't carry over to your wild shape form.
Okay. The blessing of the Raven Queen, the AC does, the hit points don't. Got it. Okay. Yes. I realize there is a great deal about this weapon we yet to understand.
Very much so. It's a lot more than just what it appears.
Oh, the confusion might be that Lord Gao is the title, because he's Lord of the city of Gao-Ras. His actual name that you had earlier is his actual name, which was
because I have a different name written down for him. That's why I was like, I'm so
Golthius.
confused with that. That's why I didn't think it was the same
Golthius
person.
tree.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
I also had that written down, so I was like, all right, I guess I got that wrong. Okay, cool, GG, you know?
Yeah, that's why I was
Or it's the difference
confused.
between his title and his name.
Because I was looking at my notes and they seemed different than the...
It's like president and elect Joe Biden. Yes, okay.
I'll make a note of that, that his title is Lord.
Got it. What else did you learn about the Sword of Judgment?
Well, you know, the judgment part, a little bit different.
And I kind of explain what I know in regards to how the sword was meant to work. Basically, it was meant to be like to store the souls of like bad people type of thing. Is that what it was?
It was to make sure they couldn't come back.
Yeah, so they couldn't come back. Like the people who would normally get like resurrected or something like that through probably vampiric ways is my guess.
Yeah. And demons and fiends too. You just send them back to their plane. They reform. They can do it again unless you catch them. Yeah.
And it won't allow them to come back from their plane.
But they leak out over time.
That is why when we first had it, it was low on power.
As of now, there are 4 charges.
Yeah, I'm kind of afraid what happens whenever it gets full.
I'm not.
Maybe you should be.
It will be a useful tool for us one way or the other. I worry, though, that it was somehow vital to the binding of the Golthius tree, that its removal is what awoken the tree versus us simply having antagonized it.
It is interesting because it probably took the soul of Golthius. I don't know how the tree plays into it.
Unfortunately, we may not find out until I bury the blade into it again. Find out what happens. Is there anything else? Because I believe there's something I should share with you as well.
I think that's the only thing I needed to share with Gatton, right? Oh, yeah, never mind. One more thing.
There's another thing. I think my grandmother might be the Raven Queen.
Excuse me?
The Raven Queen talked to me, and I think it was my grandma.
When?
Like an hour ago.
Mackenzie's face is great.
Gatton's gonna be like, "You were drunk."
Yeah. Honestly, he is thinking she sloshed more than that was the thing. I'm like, wait, did it sound sort of clockwork and chirpy?
Yes, it did.
That was not your grandmother. That was an agent of the Raven Queen that Perrin and I encountered.
Probably my grandmother.
We'll keep that in mind.
Well, not the clock thing being my grandmother, but my grandmother probably sent it. See, I have this theory that maybe she's an artificer, and that maybe that is why we have the keys, and maybe she made the keys, and maybe that probably made the bird that you're talking about. I don't know about this bird because I never saw that bird, but if the bird looked like the bird that we saw before, then maybe all those birds are my grandmother.
Didn't you tell me that you all got chased out of the tower by the Raven Queen?
Perrin might have been exaggerating a little bit.
Oh, Perrin was exaggerating.
Okay, maybe we were both exaggerating a little bit.
I asked him to read in the dream book. Something has happened to the two of you, perhaps me as well, and we're simply unaware.
Nothing has happened to me other than my grandmother has talked to me. I think probably because now I have all this information.
Arena.
But
I love you. And I am generally incapable of love. And I am telling you, something has happened. You have been altered.
well, I mean, experiences alter you, Gaten. And I'm glad that now you can feel love because I love you too. I always have. Maybe because I love you, that give you the ability to love. She's not a people person.
I mean,
I have zero charisma.
Yeah, right. I know. We're both like, so this is awkward. Does telepathy give me the ability to transmit images?
Oh.
That might be a little bit too easy for some things. Let me look. Telepathy. Telepathic bond.
Yeah, whether or not they have a common language. So theoretically,
you still talk in a language. It's just a language that transcends language. So I don't think you can send images, but you can just communicate like effectively very, very well.
I feel like we're communicating very well. He just told me he loves me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This might be 3.5. This might not be 5. It's the level 8 spell allows images, sounds, and other sensory images. But that might actually, oh, here we go. Oh, and then that's a feat. Well, at any rate, what my intent is to share with her as much as I can about what I remember. What I saw when I saw the cataclysm, all of that. I'm like, well, there is something else that I've recently accessed as well.
All right. Is it about my grandmother?
No. This predates even her. I believe I know the purpose for which I was created and the circumstances under which I was destroyed.
Wait, what? When did you hear about this? And from who?
It was complicated. And then I share it with her. I share it with
my grandmother is very complicated too. You're speaking to me through a bird.
I was some giant construct that was designed simply, help to cover these people escape, and I fought as hard as I could. There was 8 of us, of which 4 known destroyed. Theoretically, I've got 3 siblings that's super and never gonna come up ever, although one of them might own like a record shop next to her sister's shop, wherever we're gonna find them. It's fine.
Yeah, whenever you tell me the story, I think the thing that Arena comes away with it is,
there are more of you. Maybe we will find the other 3.
It was so long ago. It seems unlikely.
Well, if anyone were to find it, it would be us. I mean, Perrin knows how to dig and find things. That is how he found your entropic soul.
Arena, you're missing the most important part of all of this. It is not that I may have siblings that exist. It's that I was a witness to the cataclysm that gave rise to all of this. I saw the fall of the gods, and they chose to preserve me like this, and I do not know why.
I mean, there are reasons why, and I think you might know deep down in your heart. Look,
I object to the fact that I share with you that I feel emotions, and then you tell me to search my heart for something. That is cruel, Arena.
it may seem cruel, but it is not. Captain, there's a reason why we met. There's a reason why I am so good at building things. There's a reason why I was able to bring you back to life because Perrin found your anthropic soul, and it's a reason we're all together. And now there is a reason we're going to this ruin to find my grandfather. The gods always have a plan.
That seems oddly self-serving if the gods are your grandparents.
Well, don't think they always were. There's something more at play.
I
Maybe
believe you can transmit basic, simple ideas, emotions, and languages as well, and images as well. So,
Oh, shit.
I
Okay.
lay on her. If you would like to describe anything that I, because I do my best to impart upon her what I recall, because I've never actually told her any of this because it
Yeah.
didn't make sense to me before.
I remember what you said
Right, yeah.
before whenever
Right.
we went through
huge,
it.
like, factory, him and, like, other war machines, gigantic, like, far larger than the people around them. Then fighting demons as the world is slowly, like, turning and changing around them as they fall back towards effectively like a little bay full of ships that are trying to set off across the sea to escape what's happening. And
The
then
Pacific Rim theme is definitely playing over the sequence.
yeah. And then an argument between two people, and then suddenly he's
Yeah. Like I said, there must be a reason.
I'm sorry I did not share this with you.
It is
I was
okay.
attempting to make sense of it. Although
would-
now,
I was having a hard time finding time to talk to you by yourself.
I've always got time for you, Arena.
This lemon chicken is delicious. I need to figure out how to make it.
Yes, you do.
Maybe if you see more visions, we can talk about it and figure it out. Do you think you know who the two people are that are talking?
Yes, I think I do.
Do I recognize who those people might be? Like, do I have to roll a history
now
check?
you have an image. Make a religion roll.
Oh, religion. I'm better at history. I got my mouse.
EE,
Hold on, I gotta roll that at
Since-
disadvantage. There might be
since-
lower than a 7 there.
oh no, you got you're not drunk anymore.
Oh.
The food healed
Yeah, the
you.
hero's feast for
Oh,
Ruth.
that's right. The figures. Never mind.
EE,
7.
since it is my intent to share clearly what it is that I learned, might I have your permission to drop in chat one of my memories?
Sure.
Sorry, podcast people.
You could just read it out if you want.
It's true. But then it's not like I'm doing something cool for these people. Okay.
With your sultry voice.
Yes, this is literally what was given to me before episode 1 of Ascension.
Ooh, you were gonna like not let us hear it?
I mean, you can see chat.
Yeah, I'm watching
Yeah, but
chat
I'm
ready.
No, I'm gonna read it. Then I'll drop it in chat. In terms of memories, you remember fighting a war many years ago. It's an old memory, but it's there. You were commissioned in a rush and ended up fighting nightmare monsters, constantly falling back, protecting a fleeing populace. As the last boat was leaving, two figures were having a debate and watching you as you headed back towards the boat. One was tall and noble looking with heavily toned musculature, female and tanned Mediterranean meaning complexion, leather, and fur armor.
Oh,
The other
I know who
had
these two
a
are.
very similar look, but less toned and a little more refined of posture and less battle ready. Knees not so bent, etc. Her clothes had a modern cut. Modern, not the medieval or modern of now, and no visible weapons. They were arguing, and eventually the leather-armored one gestured at you and said in a language you learned at that moment in Celestial, then let him be natural of nature. And that was the end of my memory before waking up in the Cogdeer lab.
By lab, he means our little tiny shop where I build things. It doesn't sound like, it sounds like much fancier than it really is. Yeah, out of character, I think I know who these two are, but in character, I rolled a 7, so I'm assuming Arena doesn't know, and then that's why Arena asks, who do you think the two are?
I believe I did learn both of their names, although my ability to search in my notes is failing me right now. It was Melora. Wasn't it Melora?
Melora?
And her sister, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
And Erithus.
Yeah, Melora and Erithus.
Yeah.
They're sisters,
So.
right? Yeah, I was like, I think I know who these two are out of character, but in character, I'm like, I don't know if Arena knows.
And it's nature god and industry god, right? Essentially.
Yeah.
Well, not in
And Erithus these days, on the count of the fact that a lot of the civilization is gone, is more so about vengeance.
Yep.
Which you might know a thing or two about, Perrin.
And that's who Perrin worships.
Yeah. And I will just say,
Vengeance and the lost relics of the past.
on the way down.
They aren't necessarily
Go
sisters.
for it, Bo.
You know that they are connected in some way. You don't know if they're sisters or not, especially with that religion.
When we move, I'll tell Perrin this as well. I don't know what relevance it may have on what lay ahead, but I think keeping too many things to ourselves is
You might
proving
want to
to be a
tell him about the
disservice.
sword thing too. I just didn't have a time to tell you both. But now that I have a way to talk to you, I at least figure I should let you know.
Yes, I will tell him. I super don't tell him, by the way.
Actually, with a 7, because you will know the modern take on the pantheon. You will know that Melora is sister to a goddess who has since left, Arroway. She's not around anymore. And Melora and Erithus are currently considered rivals.
Oh, I thought it was Melora plus her sister, but it's not. Okay.
Yep.
I knew there was two gods who were sisters, so that's why I was figuring it was those two.
It's fine if you want to handle it next week, because Perrin might have something to say about the fact that I witnessed the apocalypse, but otherwise it is my intent to share with you what I just shared with her.
Also, literally, Erithus debated your fate. Perrin will be interested to hear that.
Yeah. Maybe we'll come back to that then.
Is it you met my god? What is it with people meeting their gods? No, I never get to meet my god.
In my defense,
My
it was
god
like
might be
800
my
years
grandmother.
ago. Yep. We'll come back to what I tell Perrin then. Yeah.
Okay.
Although I might mysteriously forget certain sword properties in the part while telling that.
That's why I told you, and I'm leaving the drama up to you. Also, there's going to be a point where, like, I tell Perrin, I'm like, oh, you know the thing about the sword? And he's going to be like, what? Like 10 episodes later.
Yeah.
Although we know it's a soul stealer, we just don't know that it originally had a purpose beyond, a good purpose. Or a useful purpose. Good might be strong, but
a lawful purpose.
A lawful purpose, yeah.
A lawful purpose, yeah.
Yeah, that's the best way to put it. It had like a judgment lawful purpose.
Yep. And then people were like, hey, what if we just murder a lot of people with this sword and it gets super powerful? Great.
Again, true neutral, yo. Y'all, he's like, yeah, all right.
And then some vampire lords like, sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Stab you, take the sword. Great. So there you go.
Kill the people that need dying, that's all.
So, with that, we're gonna call it here for today. We're gonna go through everyone we can catch, and we'll be back next week, where they're gonna head into the ruins of old Gawaras, look for a Golthius tree, look for an Urzu Cogdeer, look for a Melusina, and only a small trip. There's not a lot to do there. It's fine. They've also got like so many buffs right now.
How hard can it be to make our way through a winding dungeon to find a towering demon tree that we saw once already. It's like, it's fine.
And we totally ran away from. Well, we were running away because the cavern was starting to collapse on us.
We were just kind of getting overrun, like a lot.
You ran away from the tree, and then the cavern started to collapse.
No, we were like, we can't win this fight. We should go.
Yeah.
Then it started to collapse. Yeah.
Right.
Because someone took a sword out of it.
Let me tell you something. I'll do it again. If we go back in there and there is an additional sword, I'm going to do it again. Like,
it's like, this happens. More free swords.
Should I turn back time again? No.
It's a sword dispenser. There you go. Yeah, right. I'll turn into General Grievous. That's Gotten's final form.
Oh, no. I've done that before. Don't do that. It's bad.
Yeah, this sword will make a fine addition to my collection.
I might have been a robot and put General Grievous's chip into my chip folder. And downloaded.
That's not good.
Don't downloaded do that. His program. Yeah, probably was not
never
good.
Put General Grievous in your chip holder. That's just the best for life right there. Anyway, let's start with Mackenzie. Who are you? What are you doing when we find you?
Hello, my name is Mackenzie. You can find me on Twitter at Mackenzie Wilkes or on my website, mackenziewilkes.com. You can find me on podcasts, playing some more 5e, Dungeons, Dice, and Everything Nice coming out every Sunday, as well as Dungeon Wives, a show that I run, I DM, I produce with the love of my life, Rachel, where we play a one-on-one game of Dungeons and Dragons. So those are some places you can find me.
Okay. Dave, what about you?
Dave Walter, as I say words about things, I'm somewhere doing something 7 days a week. This is the end of what was supposed to be a break for me, which wasn't very breaky, but that's who I am. So just follow me on
You're worse than
Twitter.
Me, dude.
I mean, instead of working 80 hours, I work 30. I feel like that should count.
I agree. That should count.
Should. It just
because I do that all the time.
Kind of doesn't. But hey, I got some sleep, so GG. Yeah, just follow me on Twitter. Stuff's happening all the time. At B-Day Walters. Dungeons and Dragons: A Dark and Wish returns tonight, actually. Tonight, 5 Pacific on twitch.tv/D&D Season 3. Yep. See you there.
Okay. Beb, what about you?
I'm Beb, also known as Bentham, also known for stupid reasons as Mangled Porky Gaming, because I have a YouTube channel where sometimes I do stuff and sometimes I don't. This is one of the times where I don't. There was a stream I did last week. I played Cookie Clicker for 4 hours, because why not? That's still there, probably. If you want to get sucked into that hole and never escape. That's all I've got.
That's how General Grievous' chip ended up in the slot.
That's
May,
not
what about you?
How it ended up happening. But I still can't believe you go by Beb over that stupid night where I couldn't type your name.
Okay, so a purple amazing tongue flapping thingy. What about you?
You can find me at Margaret Crone in all of the places, because guess what? I'm Margaret Crone. I do lots of things on the internet. It's a lot of fun, and sometimes it revolves around tabletop RPGs, which you can check out, and I will let you know whenever I'm live. I will be here again Saturday doing an awesome show, which I will put on on here again, called Thirsty Sword Lesbians. We're playing that game. It's going to be a lot of fun. We have a whole crew of people who will be joining us, and you should join because it's going to be real hot. And hot sword action. So if you're thirsty for it, come get some. And Sunday I play Warhammer 40k right here, same place. So come join us. It's going to be a lot of fun. And if you're interested in what I do for my day job, I make video games. I'm currently working on a game called Ashes of Creation. You can check it out at Ashes of Creation in all the places. And enter Elysium. Where can people find you?
You can find me at...
Don't use that voice, because it's very squeaky. Don't do that.
And youtube.com/Elysium. There you go.
Yeah, don't use that voice. It hurts my ears.
I think... Which was the bit that was doing that? Was it the...
I don't know, it's like high-pitched squeaking. It hurts.
It's only
like
S's,
chalkboard.
It is. It's like when...
It's like chalkboard now.
It's when you pronounce S's that it turns into a squeak.
Yes.
So lots of it in there, because it has
the
a big
robot
S in it.
Let me check. Oh.
That's got a good suggestion.
It's
Just
about
have a helium
lesbians
balloon
and there
instead.
will be sword action, sir.
Okay.
But you can have not swords. I was amused by on their Kickstarter. It said it said, what if not thirsty? And there are options for that. What if not swords? There are options for that. What if not lesbians? Also an option for that. I'm like, I appreciate the inclusiveness.
So it could be hungry gays.
Yeah.
There you go. Anyway, what is that, like, in the highs? Weird.
I don't know, but don't test it on us. we are not your test subjects.
What are the tips?
Vote $1. What's the emo aquatic navigation aid's favorite lyric? When I was a young boy. Vote $3.14.
You're fired.
Sweet gnomes, good gnomes, know nothing, only be sweet and tinker and dethrone God.
It's fine.
Bow $3.14. All hail the great arena cockdeer, breaker of towers, healer of critters, clockwork tinkerer, and princess of the Raven throne. May she tinker eternally by the Raven Queen's side.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Love it.
I'm totally not turning back time, breaking things, probably making my grandmother mad.
Wait, hang on. We know how this goes. One minute you've got a really long title before, like when you're introduced. Next thing you know, you're burning cities to the ground.
I mean, she already has the madness, so.
Nobody ring any bells, guys.
True.
Ding, 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 ding.
Oh, Pablo!
So we gotta get Pietro wings and to breathe fire. Gotcha.
I'm okay with this.
No jet engines. He just flies around in jet engine.
God, turn it off.
He does.
Another amazing episode. Thank you to everyone. So much information and so many secrets revealed today. It does. I don't know what that is. It's weird. Yeah.
It's like Hades, but randomly his voice breaks.
I'm Hades. What is that? What is it? Why did they do that? Right. Let us hope that our heroes survive. Oh, wait, there we go. Another amazing episode. Thank you to everyone. So much information and so many secrets revealed today. Let us hope that our heroes survive the return to the depths so that they can follow up on it all. I'm sure the mayor won't take credit should they succeed. $50 from Finley Shards. Thank you very much, Finley.
I'm gonna drink the health potion and nothing's gonna happen.
Or something's gonna happen. It's not gonna be what you expect. He's not a potion maker. He's a tinkerer.
I will paint the walls with Bloblin's blood if something happens to you from drinking that potion.
Maggie, he used to be a tinkerer.
Oh,
then
he's an alchemist
I'll be
now.
the mayor. That's how.
Because you can be like.
Things have happened. Right. Okay.
Thank you very much, everyone. We're gonna
Thank you for all the donations.
Do an after show.
We're gonna go record an
Thank you
after
for your
show.
tips.
We'll see you all later.
An after shoe.
An
Is
after
it like a
shoe.
shoe that you wear later in the night?
Yes, it's
A
where
really
gnomes
good
go.
shoe.
Yes.
After shoe.
Enjoy the shoe.